Chapter 662. Wei Tianxing's smile was gentle, but it made him seem even more cruel and callous. He had no sympathy for the old man who had taught his father how to read and breathe. The father and son were shockingly similar in nature, one colder than the other. Uncle Ming's hair was white and his eyes were dim. He looked at Wei Tianxing with a hint of reminiscence in his muddy eyes. He thought of how his father, Wei Heng, had been when he was young. At that time, Wei Heng was very clever, but in the end he was so cold. Uncle Ming had once treated him as his own son, but now he couldn't say a word. In the distance, Chu Feng's eyes were like knives as he stared ahead. He cooperated with Shi and was looking for the best opportunity. He could feel Uncle Ming's sorrow. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. She said, "Kill that red-haired sparrow and use the three-leaf lotus to sweep the jar away." She couldn't stand it anymore. After knowing the inside story, this scene was indeed heart-wrenching. She wanted to save the old man immediately. Chu Feng shook his head and said, "Even if we do make a move, we'll attack Yuan Chenkong first. The nine-inch sparrow has been crippled. The only reason he's still standing is because his sworn brother, Yuan Chenkong, has transferred him origin energy." Before the altar, the nine-inch sparrow was standing with Yuan Chenkong. They weren't too far apart and could temporarily strengthen themselves. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Nine Netherlands on his own. She said solemnly, "After observation, there's something wrong with that jar. It'll be activated if we take it by force. There are at least hundreds of powerful order runes on it." Chu Feng nodded. Wei Heng was too sinister. He had tampered with the jar so that if someone were to attack it, the jar would most likely explode into a mushroom cloud and explode. Chu Feng's expression was gloomy. When he sends Uncle Ming to the altar and no one is near, we'll attack and kill him decisively. At the same time, we'll save Uncle Ming. The two agreed to wait for that moment to appear. The nine-inch sparrow possessed Yuan Chenkong's cultivation and could still use his divine arts. Add to that the fact that Uncle Ming had long since been sealed. He couldn't kill himself even if he wanted to. The nine-inch sparrow lifted Uncle Ming's head. Immediately, blood dripped down, and even his white hair was dyed red. The old man's situation was quite miserable. "Old fellow, the first half of your life was very glorious. Even when my race's ancestor went to pay an audience with Yao Yao's father, he was extremely respectful to you. The second half of your life was miserable. You lost your family, and almost all of them died tragically. Your home planet was destroyed, and only 2 or 3 Tom, Dick, and Harry managed to escape. It's fine if you hide in a hole and endure humiliation, but you dare to come out and cause trouble. Aren't you courting death?" The nine-inch sparrow was satisfied. He lifted Uncle Ming's head and taunted him mercilessly. He felt that he would definitely be able to advance to the Saint Realm this time, because he had accumulated enough. His experience and attainments were already there, and what was lacking was only the source of power. After being crippled by others, he might be able to be reborn and rise again, becoming even better than before. "Little red-haired chicken, you've become even more insolent after success. Back then, when your race was wreaking havoc in the starry seas, I went with a group of old friends to quell the chaos and kill your ancestors until they wailed. When we roasted your saint and ate him, you didn't even know that you were hatching in that egg." Even though Uncle Ming was very miserable and his current situation was tragic, he didn't even frown. On the contrary, he brought up the past unyieldingly and ridiculed the nine-inch sparrow. "Old fellow, you're courting death." The nine-inch sparrow's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. He raised his hand and almost slapped down, but he held back because he was afraid of breaking the seal and causing Uncle Ming to commit suicide. Wei Tianxing spoke with a faint smile. "Grandmaster, you're still reminiscing about the past even now. You're really old and only have these pitiful memories left. Back then, you guys were indeed glorious. You moved unhindered through the starry domains and quelled the upheavals everywhere. You were high-spirited and invincible. But what did you achieve in the end? What about your group of old friends? Almost all of them are dead and scattered. How many of you are left after the final battle of ancient times? What a pity Your era has passed, and you've all been eliminated. Apparently, Wei Heng's youngest son understood Uncle Ming's character very well. He knew that the latter was sentimental and nostalgic. As expected, these words caused Uncle Ming to suffer greatly. Yes, the era that belonged to them had come to an end. This was especially true for his group of old friends from Earth and other galaxies. Those who had lent a hand back then had all been killed and their blood splattered across the starry skies. At this time, familiar faces appeared before Uncle Ming's eyes. They were all his brothers and friends who had gone through life and death with him. It was as if he had returned to the ancient times, back to that era. He drank and sang with them, trampled the land of evil with them, and suppressed the land of evil with them. But now, all of them were dead. Uncle Ming's old tears streamed down his cheeks. He was incomparably sad. The glory that belonged to them, their hot-bloodedness, and their youth had all been buried. Up until now, how many people still remembered them? Those old brothers and friends were almost all dead. He felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart and incomparably sad. For a moment, tears blurred his turbid eyes. Our ancient times, our time, my old brothers, I have come to accompany you. Uncle Ming's lips trembled as he emitted weak spiritual fluctuations. The Nining Sparrow was astonished. He felt that the Shilin clan understood Changming well and understood human nature. Just a few words were enough to make Uncle Ming cry. The corners of Wei Tianxing's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Grandmaster, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but this is indeed the case. Back then, my father had already seen through you people. Those who place too much emphasis on emotions are bound to fail. How can you survive in this world if you're not ruthless enough? At that time, my father was still young, yet he saw the general situation clearly. He turned around resolutely and left with the Shilin army. This was foresight and boldness. Then, he went on an expedition along the way. If he hadn't been ambushed by the remnants of Earth in the following years and suffered an internal injury, I think my father would have long since become a heaven illuminator. This kind of talent isn't necessarily inferior to Princess Yao Yao. Obliterating conscience and humanity. If you and your father think it's good, then so be it. That's your choice, Uncle Ming replied woodenly. Wei Tiansheng said, Grandmaster, you won't be lonely down there. Yes, I'll dig out the corpses of your old brothers and burn them. I'll have them accompany you down there. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Animal, what exactly do you want? Uncle Ming was furious. His old brothers' fates were all so miserable. Couldn't they even rest in peace after death? Wei Tiansheng was even crueler than his father. He actually wanted to do such a thing. Grandmaster, don't you know what I want? Where on earth is the robbery induction breathing technique kept? Wei Tianxing asked. Uncle Ming's voice was weak, but it was also filled with determination. Just give up. The breathing technique has long since been taken away. If you really want it, you can go to the broken universe in the depths of the primal chaos to find Yao Yao and the Sage Master. Do you dare to ask them for it? Wei Tiansheng said disdainfully. Taken away? It's just a few nobodies on Earth. They can't run away. There's someone called Chu Feng, right? I'll crush him to death later. I'll let him jump around for a while. When a mother planet seal loosens, a magnificent army will charge into Earth. At that time, what heaven's chosen one? He's just an ant. Afterward, he said with a gentle smile, All right, you can go on your way, Grandmaster. I'm a man of my word. I guarantee I'll dig out the corpses of your old brothers, grind them to ashes one by one, and throw them on the 9 nether planet. They'll accompany you. After all, some of them were personally killed by my father. It's clear where they're buried. Uncle Ming was both shocked and furious. You animal, you're worse than a pig or a dog. Your cultivation isn't as high as your father's, but your evil heart surpasses his. His emotions were fluctuating intensely. When he thought about the pitiful end of his old brothers, and then how they were going to be humiliated even after death, he immediately felt sorrow. Back then, they were also all-powerful and heavenly warping heroes. How did they end up in this state? Their later years so miserable. Could it be that good people don't live long and evil people live the longest? Uncle Ming was filled with grief and indignation. In the distance, Chu Feng saw and heard everything clearly. He felt as though his chest was about to explode. He had never seen anyone he wanted to kill more than Wei Heng and Wei Tiansheng. They were sinister and ruthless, and most importantly, their way of doing things filled one's chest with anger. He couldn't calm his anger without killing them. In front of the altar, the Nining Sparrow was shaken. He had discovered that Wei Tiansheng was indeed terrifying. In just a short moment, he had made Changming cry uncontrollably and howl in grief. The Wei father and son were truly terrifying. Grandmaster, have a safe journey. I'll send you off in my father's place. Go in peace. But don't think about reincarnation. Regardless of whether there's such a thing as rebirth, you won't have a chance. I guarantee you'll be destroyed in both body and soul. Wei Tiansheng said this indifferently and said no more. He stood to one side with his hands behind his back. The Nining Sparrow laughed loudly. Old fart, I'm so happy to see you so sad. And now, you're going to help me ascend to the Saint Realm. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Old fart, it's time for you to ascend the altar and offer your sacrifice. He was satisfied and began to look forward to the scene of becoming a saint. At this time, he lifted Uncle Ming's head and personally delivered it to the altar in front of him. He then jumped up and sat down on the other altar. I, the Nining Sparrow, will become a saint today. The Nining Sparrow shouted loudly as though he was announcing to the world. His voice rumbled and shook the black earth. At this time, Chu Feng's eyes were red. Everything he had seen just now, including Uncle Ming's grievance and pain, almost caused his tears to fall. He could be cruel to his enemies, but he also had feelings. He couldn't bear to see a good person like Uncle Ming being wronged. Attack! Chu Feng gritted his teeth. He had long since been stifled. Chi! A green leaf flew out and transformed into a beam of light. It pierced through the void soundlessly and arrived before the altar. It then wrapped around Uncle Ming's head and fled into the distance. How dare you? Oh, kill! Several voices rang out in front of the altar, shaking the heaven and earth. Everyone was shaken and furious at the same time. They were either saints or quasi-saints. How could they tolerate someone daring to rob them in front of their faces? Boom! In fact, lady, she had already attacked Yuan Shengkong when the green leaf released hundreds of runes and wrapped around Uncle Ming's head. The Nining Sparrow was just an empty shell. If Yuan Shengkong was killed or gravely injured, the Nining Sparrow would be crippled on the spot. Chapter 663. Chu Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His pupils glowed with black light, as if the flames of hell had been ignited. His body was surging with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill Wei Tiansheng immediately. He had endured for a long time and was finally going to rescue Uncle Ming. It was time to settle the score with these people. Spear, she signaled. Chu Feng immediately picked it up. This item was produced through the spaceship. It was a saint weapon, densely packed with runes. Its entire body was azure in color and incomparably sharp. Uncle Ming, you must be safe, Chu Feng muttered. He desperately hoped that the leaf would return safely. He gritted his teeth and threw out the spear. Wei Tiansheng, I'll let you live a bit longer. Chu Feng suppressed his anger. He saw a quasi-saint try and stop Uncle Ming. Saint Yuan Shengkong was also bursting with power. His terrifying aura swept across the sky and earth, causing the moon and outer space to tremble and almost fall. This was the power of a saint. Ah, the Nining Sparrow howled in anger. This involved the foundation of his sainthood. How could he allow others to snatch it away at such a critical moment? He wanted to attack, but then he staggered back because the power he possessed was provided by another veteran heavenly knight. Yuan Shengkong himself was in big trouble now. A blazing beam of light shot down. While Uncle Ming was flying away under the protection of the green lotus leaf, she attacked him. Chu Feng, and she had already planned this out. The Nining Sparrow was nothing to be afraid of. Yuan Shengkong was the most powerful among them. Boom! There was a huge explosion in front of the altar. The beam of light shot by the spaceship was so terrifying that it could kill a terrifying existence. But Yuan Chengkong managed to block it. He swallowed the essence of the sun and moon, causing the small planets and meteorites in outer space to tremble and pour down. In reality, he wanted to swallow the green leaf and Uncle Ming's head in one gulp. "Where do you think you're going?" Yuan Chengkong shouted. His hair was disheveled and his armor was glowing. He blew out a mouthful of air, causing the void to explode and a terrifying black crack to appear. With a flash, he chased after them and stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Qing Yi and Uncle Ming's heads. This was an incomparably terrifying saint. At the same time, meteorites came pouring down from the outer space. These meteorites were summoned by Yuan Chengkong. Like the end of the world, the meteorites smashed into the airship. Chu Feng and the others have been discovered. At the same time, there were other secondary saints who attacked, wanting to kill Uncle Ming. Therefore, after the flying spear in Chu Feng's hand was sent out through the spaceship, it blasted the attacker and blocked the attack. He hoped that Qing Yi could escape safely with Uncle Ming. Puff! The large hand of a quasi-sage was pierced through and dripped with fresh blood. The blue flying spear was very terrifying and directly succeeded. However, the most terrifying one was Yuan Chengkong. He unleashed the full power of a saint and swallowed the world. His body enlarged as he opened his mouth to swallow the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. His large hand almost touched Qing Ye's and Uncle Ming's heads. It was extremely urgent. Buzz! At the critical moment, the void exploded and a ball of light wrapped around the heavenly umbrella appeared. One could imagine how powerful it was. Bang! Yuan Chengkong's large hand hit the surface of the umbrella. The vast and unfathomable pressure crushed the surrounding mountains into powder. This was a destructive force. Without the heavenly umbrella, Uncle Ming would have died for sure. Chu Feng and Lady Shi both gasped. Fortunately, they had prepared the heavenly umbrella for defense and did not use it to attack directly. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. If they failed to save someone and died, it would be even more painful and regretful. Whoosh! At last, Qing Yi carried Uncle Ming through the void and returned to the airship. They had succeeded. As a matter of fact, Yuan Chengkong was very shocked at this moment. His large hand was bleeding, and he was in excruciating pain. He took the initiative to hit the surface of the umbrella and used all his energy. However, the umbrella was unharmed, but his finger bones were cracked, and his flesh was torn open. Blood flowed freely. He was a saint, and one slap was enough to shatter a planet. Yet, he was injured by a mere umbrella. If it weren't for the special terrain of the Nine Nether Star, the entire planet would have been destroyed by his slap. The forbidden ground of the Nine Nether was extremely sturdy. Roar! While Yuan Chengkong roared, he opened his mouth and spat out a breath of air. It was a beam of light produced by his breathing technique to the extreme. It turned into the sword Qi of mixed origin and tried to pierce through the umbrella. It was like a galaxy, and the energy it contained was too terrifying. However, the surface of the umbrella emitted a blazing light to stop Yuan Chengkong's outburst. Moreover, the recoil from the azure golden umbrella caused all the energy to flow back to Yuan Chengkong, almost resulting in a fatal blow. The aura of the umbrella was too terrifying. It was an innate divine artifact that could truly kill saints. Yuan Chengkong retreated. At the same time, a heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. The sharp blade of the halberd tore through the sky and lit up the outer space. This was a saint artifact. Once it was used, its radiance could be seen from another planet, and its terrifying aura could be felt. There were 5 moons outside the Nine Nether Star. One of them was split by the radiance of the halberd and destroyed in the outer space. One could only imagine how terrifying the weapon of a saint was. Buzz! Yuan Chengkong swung the halberd to split open the void. The dazzling radiance overpowered all the stars. He wanted to break the umbrella. Then, a terrifying thing happened. Kacha! The snow-white halberd had just fallen when it was suddenly cut off by the rapidly spinning umbrella. A section of the halberd was destroyed. Yuan Shinkong was shocked. This was a saint artifact, a powerful weapon. It was destroyed in the blink of an eye. His hair stood on end. He felt a headache coming on. That was the means of a top-notch saint. His hair stood on end as he retreated decisively. However, it was too late. The shadow of an old man appeared on the umbrella with terrifying energy. The heavenly umbrella spun rapidly like a top. Puffed. In the end, one of Yuan Shinkong's arms was twisted off. Only then did he manage to break free. He was a saint, but his arm was cut off on the spot. Ah! Yuan Shinkong screamed. It had been many years since he had suffered such a loss. As a saint, he had almost never suffered such a serious injury. Yuan Shinkong turned around and left. He tore open the void and appeared on the altar in an instant. He grabbed the Nining Sparrow and was about to escape. He was afraid that he would meet a top-notch saint. Buzz! The void collapsed. The heavenly umbrella flew over, still spinning like a black hole. It destroyed the space and blocked their way of escape. Kill! Yuan Shinkong took out the broken halberd and controlled it with his spirit. He thrust it forward again to block the azure golden umbrella. Crack! This time, the halberd broke into pieces. The spinning umbrella was as sharp as an immortal slaying sword. It was so sharp that it completely destroyed the halberd. One had to know that the halberd was a saint artifact that could penetrate a planet and shatter the starry sky. However, it was destroyed in the blink of an eye. When the halberd broke, the void collapsed and a black hole appeared. Puffed. Half of Yuan Shinkong's body was crushed and turned into a bloody mist. It was a tragic sight. He was almost killed by the umbrella. As for the Nining Sparrow in his hand, it was even more miserable. Its body was breaking inch by inch. Under the pressure of the heavenly umbrella, it could not resist at all. In the end, only its head and half of its shoulder were left. It almost died on the spot. Chi! At the last moment, Yuan Shinkong carried the Nining Sparrow's head with one arm and jumped into a forcibly opened black hole. He escaped, leaving behind a lot of essence blood that emitted a dazzling radiance. The heavenly umbrella wanted to chase after him, but the blood turned into runes and blocked it, causing a huge explosion. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The Nining Sparrow howled. This was his last roar before he left. It was full of resentment and resentment. He was going to become a saint. He had made all the preparations and was already looking forward to his rise to power. He was going to enjoy the worship of experts from all over the world. Who would have thought that someone would stop him at the critical moment and take Uncle Ming's head? Instead, he escaped with a bloody and incomplete body. It was too miserable. Having failed on the verge of success, he was carried away by Yuan Shinkong and fled for his life like a stray dog. Chu Feng was still unwilling to accept this. He let out a furious roar and really wanted to kill the two heavenly knights, the Nining Sparrow and Yuan Shinkong. However, he also knew that it was already heaven-defying for him and Lady Shi to achieve such a result with the help of external objects. There was nothing he could do about the two escaping. The most important thing was that his attention was focused on Wei Tiansheng. He stared fixedly at him and didn't want him to escape no matter what. He used the weapons on the airship to lock onto this person and bombarded him with all his might. Beams of energy flew out continuously, overturning several saint-level altars and completely flattening them. Wei Tiansheng had long since wanted to escape, but was stopped by Lady Shi. At this time, the heavenly umbrella was no longer dealing with Yuan Shinkong. It was freed and flew toward him. Wei Tiansheng had tried to tear the void many times, but found that it had all failed. A blue spear and a black shield were floating there, sealing off the void. This was especially true when the heavenly umbrella pressed down and sealed off the firmament. The umbrella opened to cover the sky and the earth, sealing off all paths of escape. Wei Tiansheng's expression changed. He was, after all, a quasi-saint. Although he was said to be able to kill saints, he hadn't truly grasped the ability to pierce through the universe and escape at any time. Kill him, Chu Feng shouted. His eyes were blazing and his murderous intent surged all over his body. At the same time, he glanced back and said, Uncle Ming, we'll avenge you. Let's collect some interest first. Uncle Ming had been rescued. He wasn't in a good state and was quite dispirited. However, his eyes were gradually filled with brilliance because of this battle. Wei Tiansheng was very strong. He swept out with a long blade in his hand and wasn't any weaker than Yuan Shinkong's. He repelled the blue spear. Lady Shi immediately noticed the abnormality and said, There's something strange in his body. There are at least 3 ghostly saints' origin sources sealed in his body. His methods are cruel. Chu Feng said, he's a quasi-saint, but he actually sealed a saint's origin source in order to obtain the combat power of a saint in advance. The Wei father and son are each more ruthless than the other. Let's beat him up today. Apart from Wei Tiansheng, there were 2 other quasi-saints who couldn't escape. Out of the 5 experts, only 2 heavenly knights had escaped. Who are you to dare intercept me? Do you know who I am? Wei Tianxing shouted. Uncle Ming is my uncle. Who do you think I am? I'm your uncle. Chu Feng said coldly. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he locked onto Wei Hong. He used the ship's energy to drive the blue spear forward continuously. A survivor of Earth? Wei Tianxing's expression turned gloomy. This person is very bad. Let me kill him. Lady, she said. She also didn't like Wei Tianxing because this person was sinister and ruthless. His actions were outrageous. Boom! The ship shot out beam after beam. At the same time, the blue spear and black shield vibrated, and the heavenly umbrella rotated to kill the 3 people in the field. Puffed, puffed. 2 clouds of blood burst out. Ah! 2 mournful screams rang out as the 2 quasi-saints died tragically. They were shattered by the heavenly umbrella, their bodies and souls destroyed. Wei Hing also suffered serious injuries. The blue spear had pierced through his abdomen and destroyed one of his saint sources. He staggered back with his body drenched in blood. Can you think of a way for me to attack? I really want to tear him apart with my own hands. Chu Feng said. He felt that killing Wei Tiansheng like this wouldn't appease his anger at all. This person was too hateful. Yes, I can. Lady Shi nodded. In the blink of an eye, the small ship clanged and transformed into a human form. It stood on the black earth like a metal mecha. Then, the blue spear and black shield flew back and appeared outside the arms of the metal mecha. Only the heavenly umbrella rotated and suppressed the area, preventing the semi-saint Wei Tiansheng from tearing the void and escaping. Chapter 664. Chu Feng was inside the metallic body. Rather than calling it a mecha, it was better to call it a top-grade saint garment. It could automatically provide a terrifying amount of energy, and its entire body was engraved with dense order runes. It was as though a true saint had descended into the world. The cold metallic luster, the slender and sturdy body, and the nimble movements were no different from a real person. With a swoosh, Chu Feng tore through the void and rushed over. This was an unprecedented experience. He could traverse the void, roam the universe, and even grab a moon with a raise of his hand. This was an extremely powerful feeling. For a moment, Chu Feng's mind was in a trance. It was as though he had experienced a leap in the hierarchy of life and seen a completely new and different world. The metal saint garment brought him the most realistic comprehension of the world. In the past, many sceneries were merely shapes and colors, but now, after being reflected and analyzed by the armor, they were all arrangements of energy and order. Chu Feng came to his senses and made a powerful move. The spear beside his arm wasn't very long, but it was blue and sharp. It appeared in his right hand and, just like him, turned into a beam of light and stabbed toward Wei Tiansheng. The spear pierced through space and exploded. That was the sound of surging energy and the collapse of the void. Black holes and cracks spread out, creating a terrifying scene. In the past, when Chu Feng surpassed the speed of sound, the air would explode and create sonic booms. Now, the level was completely different. This was the void exploding, and black energy surged. Even small planets would be destroyed if they looked at it from a close distance. Fortunately, this was the 9 Nether Star, which could withstand all of this. Wei Tianxing's blade slashed over, the blade energy tearing through space and bringing with it a terrifying wave of saint-grade energy. The green blade let out a strange howl, as though a demonic god had slaughtered his way out of hell. It shook one's mind until they were on the verge of collapse. The metal saint garment on Chu Feng's body glowed, and thousands of runes lit up at the same time to obliterate that terrifying spiritual attack. His entire body surged with blinding holy light, and the flames surged into the sky like a god of war descending from outer space. Clang! The azure spear collided with the green blade, and sparks flew everywhere, shaking the void. The space around them exploded violently, and then was annihilated. If evolvers of other levels were to see this scene, they would definitely be terrified. If they were to stand here, they would instantly disintegrate under the runes of the spear and the blade radiance and turn into a pile of ashes. This kind of energy in a battle of this level would make people below the secondary saint feel despair. The disparity was simply too great. Once the word saint was involved, the world would be turned upside down. It was like a heavenly moat that could not be crossed. That was a difference in quality. Both of them were sent flying and smashed into the black mountains behind them. Smoke and dust soared into the sky. After that, even though some of the mountains in the vicinity were densely covered with the energy of the netherworld, they were still collapsing. With a schwa sound in the smoke and dust within the black energy, they shone like two falling stars. They broke through all restraints, colliding again, carrying out a life and death decisive battle. Boom! A black shield was placed horizontally in front of Chu Feng's left arm, protecting the vital parts of his body. Wei Tianqing's fist imprint smashed onto the shield and actually left behind a finger mark. Although the shield recovered in an instant and was sparkling and translucent, one could imagine just how shocking Wei Tianqing's terrifying fist force was. He was only a secondary saint, but because he had devoured the origin of 3 saints, his current combat strength was comparable to a true saint. Clang! At the same time, the shield also suffered a kick from Wei Tianqing. A part of it caved in, but in the end, it swelled up and returned to its original state. The next moment, the confrontation between the two became somewhat bloody. Wei Tianqing's green blade slashed toward Chu Feng's head, but the latter didn't evade. Instead, he fought with everything he had. Chu Feng maintained his posture and used his head to receive the blade containing boundless energy. Meanwhile, the azure spear in his right hand pierced toward Wei Tianqing's forehead with incredible speed. This was a fighting style that would injure both sides, and it was a fatal blow. Wei Tianqing's smile was cold and sinister. He didn't evade. After some calculations, his blade contained more runes and would strike Chu Feng's head first. Clang! In reality, this was indeed the case. Thousands of runes lit up on the green blade. This was a true saint weapon with peerless power. It struck Chu Feng's head, but sparks flew in all directions as it failed to cut through. At this time, the short spear in Chu Feng's hand pierced slightly into his forehead. Blood flowed out as Wei Tianqing retreated rapidly like a ghost. However, in the end, when the short spear slid down, it still left a very long wound on his face. It extended from the space between his eyebrows down to his nose and lips. In the end, it almost pierced through his throat. He narrowly avoided it. The metal saint armor on Chu Feng's body was indestructible. If one were to rank Shi's weapons, the heavenly umbrella was incomparable. Next would be this defensive saint armor. The most important thing was that the saint armor could provide a saint-level energy source. This was the most terrifying thing about it. Moreover, it could transform between a spaceship and a battle armor. Wei Tianqing's face was stained with blood and looked somewhat sinister. He said with an incomparably gloomy expression, "Earth's remnant. My father and I have killed many of you. One of the sage origins in my body belongs to a sage from the ancient Earth. He survived until now and was killed by us. Where did you jump out from?" Chu Feng wanted nothing more than to kill him. Naturally, he became even more furious after seeing his attitude. "Shilin clan, stop pretending. Grandpa Chu will slaughter you today. Let's see how arrogant you can be in the end." He rushed over once again with the blue spear in hand. He also requested she to use the heavenly umbrella and suppress him instead of just sealing the space. Chu Feng had personally stepped into the fray because he couldn't get rid of the resentment in his heart. That was why he had erupted. Of course, he had no intention of paying attention to principles. It was fine as long as he could kill. He just wanted to participate personally and slaughter the Shilin clan. Surnamed Chu, remnant of Earth. Don't tell me. It's that ant who hasn't reached the golden body realm? Wei Tianxing's eyes shone brightly. He wanted to use a saint's method to see the other's true appearance and determine his identity. It's your Uncle Chu. Get over here. Chu Feng shouted. He didn't care about revealing his identity. He had made up his mind to slaughter Wei Tianxing today and not given the chance to escape. As for she, there was no need to keep secrets with her. Ever since he had told her about Uncle Ming, Nining Sparrow, and the others, Chu Feng had told her everything. His identity couldn't be exposed, and she's identity even more so. Neither of them was worried. So it's you, little bastard. You even said you wanted to fight my father on the Origin Beast platform. Ha! You remnants are endless and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wei Tianxing's eyes were sinister, and his killing intent surged after learning of his identity. He said again, Ha! Even trash like you wants to fight me? I've killed so many people from your ancestors' generation. If it wasn't for those battle clothes and those odd weapons, 1,000,000 of you wouldn't be enough for me to kill. Wei Tianxing laughed coldly. He naturally knew the situation wasn't good. He wasn't afraid of anything else but that heavenly umbrella. That was a saint's slaughtering weapon. He felt his skin tighten and uneasy, but he couldn't leave because the space had been locked. Chu Feng said disdainfully, You also know that it's an if and a hypothesis. If we could make such a conclusion and we were born in the same era, I could crush you with one hand. Oh right, the Shilin clan divine son and his sister were all slaughtered on Earth. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. You might be stronger than them when you were young, but even if I can't crush you with one hand, I can still trample you to death with one foot. Chu Feng wasn't afraid at all. Although he wasn't a saint, he was just that confident. He wasn't the slightest bit shaken and instead looked down on Wei Tianxing after some words. Kill. Wei Tianxing charged over with cold eyes. His status was special. As Wei Heng's youngest son, he was used to being complimented. Being ridiculed by a junior like this made him feel very uncomfortable. His expression was gloomy and cold. Boom! A long sword slashed over, drowning the entire area in green light. If this were the Outer Realms, a single slash would be enough to cut down several planets. Clang! Chu Feng blocked the attack with his shield and then attacked with his spear. At the same time, the heavenly umbrella suppressed over. Wei Tianxing's expression changed in the blink of an eye. It was as though his body was being crushed by a primal divine mountain from before the creation of the world. He was almost unable to move. The heavenly umbrella spun as it flew over, almost suffocating Wei Tianxing. This kind of feeling made him feel like he was facing his father, Wei Heng. It was difficult to resist. Buzz. Additionally, the umbrella was too sharp. It tore through the void and arrived in front of him to suppress him. Crack! The green sword in his hand broke on the spot. He simply couldn't resist. Swoosh! Chu Feng threw out the spear in his hand. At such a close distance, the other party was suppressed by the heavenly umbrella. His movements were sluggish, and he couldn't dodge. A string of blood blossomed as a bloody hole appeared in Wei Tianxing's chest. Even his heart had been pierced through. He let out a miserable cry and staggered back. The heavenly umbrella pressed down once more. As the umbrella rotated, one of his arms was severed. Ah! Wei Tianxing roared. At the same time, Chu Feng took the heavenly umbrella and rotated it to close it. He then used it as a mace and smashed it at the other party. With a bang, Wei Tianxing's back blossomed. His bones were broken and his tendons snapped. His entire body was a bloody mess as he was sent flying. Blood flowed from all 7 of his orifices. His injuries were too severe. All of this was related to the heavenly umbrella. When an innate divine object erupted, its power was incomparable. With a buzz, Chu Feng flung the umbrella out and made it spin once more to suppress Wei Tiansheng. At this moment, Wei Tiansheng was furious. "Survivor, little bastard, who do you think you are? You're just relying on external objects to fight with me." With a boom, he fished out a luminous object from within his body. This was the origin energy his father had extracted after killing his enemies and sealed it within his body to increase his strength. Now, he was ruthless and decisive as he took out a lump and blasted it at Chu Feng. However, the heavenly umbrella's rotation blocked the attack. Terrifying light exploded and space was destroyed. If this were any other planet, the entire star would have been crippled and turned into cosmic dust. Not only did the heavenly umbrella block the attack, but it also counterattacked, causing Wei Tiansheng to howl miserably and almost die. His body was in tatters and covered in bloody holes. Even his forehead had a bloody hole. With a swoosh, Chu Feng rushed over and swung down the black shield in his left hand. Wei Tiansheng's bones were broken and his body deformed. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan and cough up large mouthfuls of blood. Wei Tiansheng endured the pain and flew through the air. Puffed. Chu Feng hurled the spear through the air. With a puff, it pierced through Wei Tiansheng's body and carried him far away. With a puff, he was nailed to the ground, drenched in blood. At the same time, Chu Feng's speed was too fast. He crossed the air and landed on the ground, trampling him under his foot. Chu Feng felt comfortable all over and let out a long sigh of relief. "Survivor." Wei Tiansheng opened his mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, Chu Feng stepped on his mouth and said, "Don't say anything. Your uncle Chu hasn't finished venting his anger. I'll let you say one last thing before you die. Now swallow it back." Bang! He stomped down on the other party's forehead, causing Wei Tiansheng's spiritual power to disperse. Chu Feng lowered his head and said, "Do you know why I came here personally? Not to fight you to the death, but to beat you up like a father would his own son." Boom! Chu Feng swung his shield down and slapped his face. It was as if he was about to beat a human's head into a dog's. Chapter 665. You're quite sturdy. You should be able to pierce through a planet with the power of the Saint Garment. How can your skin be so thick? It's not broken yet. Chu Feng wasn't satisfied. He personally kicked Wei Tiansheng's face, making him so angry that his chest was about to explode. However, his mouth was sealed and his spirit was scattered. He simply couldn't shout or resist. Every time his body glowed and his spiritual power was channeled, Chu Feng would unceremoniously use the flying spear to poke him. Puffed. Wei Tiansheng coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and his teeth fell out. This made him so angry that he almost fainted. This was an unprecedented humiliation. Who was he? He was Wei Heng's son, the most beloved son of the ninth in history. He had been groomed from a young age, and his goal wasn't to become a saint, but to illuminate the heavens one day. But what had he experienced today? This was an incomparably dark day. Even if he could live on, there would always be a shadow in his life. Puffed. Wei Tiansheng's teeth had all been kicked out by Chu Feng. No one dared to believe that a saint had lost his teeth. Not only did Chu Feng not stop, but he also became even more vicious. He would poke him from time to time with the azure spear, preventing him from condensing his spiritual power. At the same time, Chu Feng used the black shield as a large palm. He swung it around and slapped Wei Tiansheng until he almost didn't look like a human anymore. His bones were broken, his tendons were torn, and his body was deformed. At this point, Wei Tiansheng was as miserable as he could be. His eyes were spitting fire, and he really wanted to let out a spiritual roar. In the end, he felt a sharp pain between his brows as the spear pierced through. His vision darkened as he was strangled by the power of the saint weapon. His spirit was almost completely destroyed. Wei Tiansheng couldn't bear it, especially since he had discovered that the metallic saint garment had become translucent. He could already see the two girls inside. No, there was a boy in his youth. But wasn't he too damn tender? It was this beautiful little fellow who was tormenting him. Wei Tiansheng couldn't accept this and was so angry that he spat out blood. His eyes burned with fury as he stared at the youth. Was this really the Chu Feng from Earth? He was about to go crazy. A teenager with such pure eyes was trampling on his dignity, making him feel so much pain that he wished he were dead. If it was an old monster, he would accept it. If it was a saint, he would endure it. However, to be beaten up by such a young man, how could he endure it? Even if this person was an adult, that was not the case at all. He was only a teenager? Don't glare at me. Chu Feng was wearing a saint's robe. Wei Tianxing's eyes first glowed red, then green, and finally blue. That was the embodiment of blood rush, anger, and insanity. He was going all out, igniting all of his blood essence, detonating his body's essence, and other things. He was going to take Chu Feng down with him. Nephew, it's useless. Chu Feng teased. Since he was wearing the saint robe, his senses were extraordinary. Naturally, he sensed it immediately. He immediately retreated and used the heavenly umbrella to suppress it. Boom! This innate, divine object descended and rotated at high speed, tearing apart space and forming a black hole. It guided the boundless energy inside and made Wei Tianxing's energy disappear without a trace. Most importantly, when the heavenly umbrella pressed down, the lower half of Wei Tianxing's body disappeared. It evaporated into a bloody mist and completely disappeared. Wei Tianxing was completely crippled. His cultivation had been shaved clean, and he seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. He was originally very young, but now his hair had turned white and wrinkles had appeared. Uncle Ming, do you always want to fight? Chu Feng asked. Forget it, I don't want to see him. Uncle Ming's weak voice came through. Chu Feng was also unwilling to fight anymore. He let go of Wei Tianxing and said, I'll give you a chance to say your last words. My father, Wei Heng, will personally cripple you and make you wish you were dead. Wei Tianxing roared furiously. He had been stifled up to this point and couldn't even speak. He was extremely sullen and depressed. He felt like he was about to explode. Chu Feng said coldly, Wei Juntao is a bastard. He's devoid of humanity. I'll cook him sooner or later. Wei Tianxing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Chu Feng took out a dark red blade and didn't give him a chance. I've already said that you're only allowed to say one thing. Don't think too much about the rest. Shut up. Then, he raised the blade and chopped off Wei Tianxing's head with the reincarnation blade. Wei Tianxing was bored out of his wits. He felt his body burning at the moment of his death. It was the flames of fury and resentment. He had never seen such a hateful enemy who didn't even allow him to let out a final roar. What a bastard. The shield, the blue spear, and the reincarnation blade all prevented him from speaking and dispersed his spiritual energy. Although he was struggling, it was useless. He felt a kind of terror because both his body and spirit were being destroyed. He was walking towards death after being struck by the blade, his body and soul disappearing. If he hadn't lost his cultivation, he wouldn't have died just like that, even if he had been struck by the reincarnation blade. But now, it was different because he had been crippled by Chu Feng. Wei Tianxing was experiencing the most terrifying thing in his life. He felt his body dissolving inch by inch and disappearing in a puff of smoke. It was so terrifying that he wanted to scream. Although he was cold, emotionless, and heartless, he was still a living being. He was incomparably terrified at the moment of death and really didn't want to die. But to his sorrow, he discovered that even the right to scream had been stripped away. In the end, Wei Tianxing was completely annihilated. Chu Feng had wanted to extract some saint blood at first, but he didn't do so because he had heard that saints had too many methods and could be reborn from a single drop of blood. He was afraid of failing. At the same time, he was also apprehensive of Wei Heng. He was afraid that the father and son would sense each other and come knocking on his door one day. He's finally dead. Lady, she cried out. Then, a metallic sound rang out as the mecha transformed back into a spaceship. It was suffused with bursts of light as it put away the shield, spear, and heavenly umbrella. In a split second, some extremely high-quality 9 netherworld stones were also put into the spaceship. Because this was the Een Sparrow race's saint's place of seclusion, there were many 9 netherworld stones. Let's go. Chu Feng shouted with incomparable urgency. He felt the pressure. That was because they had done such a big thing here that would probably shake the universe. Wei Heng's son had been slaughtered, 2 quasi-saints had died tragically, and Yuan Changkong and the Nining Sparrow had almost been ambushed. This was big news. In the blink of an eye, they had escaped from the 9 Nether Star. During this process, Chu Feng's hands were rapidly carving. Hundreds of 9 netherworld stones glowed and densely packed with runes. Before long, even though the spaceship had escaped from the gloomy black star and was no longer suppressed by the 9 nether chi, there was no more yang chi seeping out. That was because the rune stones Chu Feng had carved with high-grade 9 netherworld stones had played a role in concealing the blazing chi within the spaceship. Chu Feng said, "Without the yang chi seeping out, it's much safer this way. Let's go into hiding and move forward in the nothingness." What's the big deal? Are we still afraid of those ghost saints? Lady, she didn't care. Chu Feng said, "You haven't seen ruthless people. If the Supreme Saint Wei Hung appears, it'll be a completely different matter. Even if you have these saint weapons, it won't be enough. As for the Heaven Illuminators, there is no need to think about them. They would die if they encountered them." Chu Feng guessed. "I reckon that after the Nining Sparrow and Yuan Changkong escaped, they must have already informed Wei Hung. I reckon he's already on his way, maybe even arriving at the 9 Nether Star." The spaceship performed several space jumps and left that star field. This allowed Lady Shi and Chu Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. They no longer felt the urgency. Only now did Chu Feng go to see Uncle Ming in the cold room. His eyes were somewhat sore. That was a dignified ancient saint, but in the end, his fate was so miserable. "Uncle Ming." Chu Feng's eyes were red, and he almost cried. His state was completely different from when he had just killed Wei Tianxin. Uncle Ming only had a head left. His white hair was dyed with blood, and his muddy old eyes were very dim. He was simply a candle in the wind, and the flame of life could be extinguished at any moment. Fortunately, he was a saint. Even though he was on the verge of death, he wasn't someone the other low-level evolvers could compare to. Therefore, he could withstand the yang energy on the spaceship. "Although I have pills from the yang realm here, they definitely won't be suitable for you." Lady, she shook her head. She knew that if she really gave Uncle Ming such a great medicine, it would probably ignite this poor old man's head. Not only would it not save him, but it would also speed up his death. "Uncle Ming, it's all right. I'll definitely save you," said Chu Feng. "Good child. I'm very happy to see you reach this step," Uncle Ming said. There was gratification, disappointment, and also hope in his muddy old eyes. He saw that Chu Feng was full of vigor. He had actually killed a saint at such a young age. Regardless of whether or not he had relied on external objects, he had still achieved such world-shaking accomplishments. Uncle Ming realized that the era belonging to his generation had already ended. Perhaps he would disappear from this world like his old friend from back then. "Old friends, I'm going to reunite with you. We'll meet in the underworld and go on another expedition. Our extraordinary years, our all-powerful era. I'll be with you all." Chu Feng heard these words and immediately felt that things weren't going well. He shouted anxiously, "Uncle Ming, you have to pull yourself together. Yao Yao said she wants you to watch her destroy the Shilin clan, split open the deity planet with one hand, and suppress those enemies at the Heaven Illuminator level." He felt that the person this old man couldn't let go of the most was Yao Yao. He had no other thoughts, so he had to pull himself together. "I believe Yao Yao can do it. You're not bad either." Uncle Ming's eyes lit up, and he seemed a bit more spirited than before. Chu Feng said, "Of course, Uncle Ming has to see it with his own eyes. You've been fighting since ancient times. How can you escape? You have to live on. I still want to ask you to guide me in cultivation. You can teach Yao Yao, Yao Yao's fiancé, the 3rd under the heavens, and Wei Hung, the 9th under the heavens. You can certainly teach an invincible and lonely me under the heavens. Wait for me to rise up and help you destroy Wei Hung." Chu Feng's words made Uncle Ming's eyes shine. If he really could teach a peerless genius who could help Yao Yao one day and keep Wei Hung in check, then he could die without regrets. And if Chu Feng could defeat Wei Hung and the others, it would be his glory and brilliance. It would be a brilliant achievement that could let him die with a smile. Okay, I want to live on, Uncle Ming said. After arousing his fighting spirit, Chu Feng hurriedly grabbed Wei Tianxing's spatial bracelet. This was the only spoil of war. The other two quasi-saints were smashed into smithereens together with their weapons by the heavenly umbrella, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, Chu Feng had personally participated in dealing with Wei Tianxing. Otherwise, this spatial artifact wouldn't have been left. Uncle Ming, with my cultivation, I can't open the Shilin clan's spatial artifact. Take a look and see what's inside. There should be a lot of pills. Quickly refine some and recover your strength. Even a drop of a saint's blood can be reborn, not to mention your wisdom head. An hour later, the spaceship was filled with laughter and the atmosphere became cheerful. Then, Uncle Ming fell into silence and began to recuperate in seclusion. Where are we going next? Lady, she asked. Chu Feng said, of course we're going to the Een Sparrow race's ancestral planet. We're already in this galaxy, so it would be disrespectful if we don't pay them a visit. The heart of the struggle. Lady, she mumbled and then said, but it's indeed an opportunity. The Een Sparrow and the others have escaped and will definitely not be able to take this line down. They're going to call for reinforcements. Maybe the ancestral planet will be empty and the saints will come out in full force. That is our opportunity. Chu Feng nodded and said, that's right. I reckon this part of the galaxy will be in chaos. The experts of the Een Sparrow race and the Shilin clan may rush over. Your spaceship can hide in nothingness. Perhaps you could take advantage of the Een Sparrow race's ancestral planet's lax defense and empty space to destroy their nest. In reality, there was indeed such an opportunity. In the outside world, many powerful races felt that something was wrong. They received reports that something had happened to the Een Sparrow race and were mobilizing a large number of troops to cover the Nine Nether Star. Now, what's going on with the Een Sparrow race? Is someone about to break through to become a saint? This race is really amazing. They're about to have another saint. Very soon, some people with remarkable abilities understood part of the secret and spread it to the outside world. Perhaps the Een Sparrow is about to become a saint. Rumor has it that he bought a saint's origin head from Wei Hung and wants to use it to break through. The outside world was in an uproar. Everyone thought that the Een Sparrow was about to become a saint and that the Een Sparrow race was mobilizing on a large scale to protect him. When the Een Sparrow received the news, his face twitched and he almost spat out blood. He really didn't know how the outside world would react when the truth was made public. Target: the Een Sparrow race's ancestral planet. Advance. Chu Feng and Lady, she were extremely daring as they flew toward the Een Sparrow race's ancestral planet. Chapter 666. In the dark universe and the cold starry sky, a spaceship was in the midst of a warp jump. It traveled at an extreme speed and approached the Een Sparrow race's ancestral planet. There are three good things about Lolis: a soft voice, a soft body, and easy to knock down. Someone was humming a tune in the spaceship. This wasn't what Chu Feng had said. A row of black lines appeared on his forehead after he heard this. That was because after the young girl finished speaking, her big eyes squinted at him and said, "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking about you, Loli Chu." Damn. Chu Feng's face immediately darkened. He wanted to beat her up. This girl from the Yang realm was really asking for a beating. She actually dared to scold him. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm a real man, an iron-blooded man. Do you want me to prove it to you personally?" Young girl, she raised her chin and said, "I don't care. Who told you to be so delicate? Do you want to compare yourself to me? Although you're an order of magnitude lower than me, you're still too weak compared to those heavenly geniuses I know." Chu Feng hit her and said, "Have you ever seen a heavenly genius who hasn't grown up yet with a full beard? My iron-blooded manly spirit needs to be nurtured for a few years before it can appear, understand?" Young girl, she blinked her big eyes and teased, "Come, Loli Chu, smile for me." With a swoosh, Chu Feng rushed over and gave her a passionate bear hug. He operated the robbery induction breathing technique and madly absorbed her yang energy. "Young girl," she shouted, "Ghost, go away. You're so disgusting. You're really like the malicious spirits in horror stories, swallowing people's vitality and yang energy." Bang! The two of them smashed into each other, and Chu Feng flew out gloomily. Although he had swallowed some of her yang energy, there were divine weapons in the spaceship. If they really fought, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. "We're close." "Young girl," she shouted. In front of them, there was a dark red planet like a fireball. This was the Sparrow race's ancestral planet. It wasn't that far away, and they could already feel its aura. The spaceship concealed itself in the nothingness, shielding all energy fluctuations as it cautiously approached. "Heavenly umbrella, heaven's secrets," shouted young lady Shi. The umbrella slowly rotated, and wisps of mysterious yellow gas fell from the void. There was also a bit of primal chaos chi that covered the entire spaceship. It entered the atmosphere and concealed its tracks as it descended on the Sparrow race's ancestral planet. This planet was huge and could be considered a super life planet. The soil quality of the mountains and rivers was special, and it was brownish red. In some areas, there were even dark red flames jumping about, but they emitted a cold aura. This was a type of flame that was distributed in some desert areas. Most of the area was covered with vegetation, and the mountains and rivers could be considered magnificent. "It's fine. Let's land." "How interesting." Rumors have spread throughout the universe that the Nine Sparrow is on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Their race has mobilized in large numbers to protect the Nine Nether Planet. Chu Feng was all smiles. He was very excited and happy. This meant that the Sparrow race's rear was truly empty. They most likely lacked a saint-level expert to guard it. The most important thing was that the entire world was talking about the Nine Sparrow becoming a saint. How was he going to clean up the mess when the time came? The news also mentioned Wei Hong. They said that he had sent his favorite son to help the Nine Sparrow become a saint. People speculate that there will be a grand occasion. After Chu Feng understood this news through the photon computer, he smiled like a splendid flower bud. He was eager to see the scene when the truth was revealed. He really wanted to witness the moment when Wei Heng's face turned green and he went crazy. The two searched for a while and confirmed the largest city on this planet. They quietly approached, and the spaceship was hidden in the void. This was a huge city. It was vast and majestic. The city gate tower was as tall as a mountain and was very imposing. As for the city wall, there was no need to talk about it. It stretched across the place and was made of reddish-brown boulders. There were all kinds of runes engraved on it. The city was bustling with traffic and was incomparably prosperous. On the road, there were not only people from the Sparrow race, but also many other races. Most of them had transformed into human forms, and some evolvers retained part of their race's characteristics. For example, the Crocodrogon retained part of its scales. The three-tailed demon fox was graceful and charming and retained its 3 snow-white fox tails. There are angels, too. Chu Feng's eyes stared blankly. This was the first time he had come to such a huge city on an extraterrestrial life planet. He was rather curious because his eyes were not enough. The city was very lively, and there were many powerful evolvers coming and going. Some of the most stylish shops sold secret treasures, great medicines, fist techniques, and so on. It was very prosperous. I really want to go in and have a look and feel it. Chu Feng was very tempted, but he knew it was not suitable. This planet was too dangerous for him. He could consider it if it was another galaxy. Oh my, there's even a 9-tailed demon fox. That little fox is really beautiful and full of spiritual chi. If this thing is raised, will it become a peerless beauty that can topple a city and charm 100 people with a smile? Chu Feng mumbled. He saw a place in the city selling spirit beasts. A snow-white little fox was locked in an iron cage, and its 9 tails were swaying back and forth. It's fake. There are 6 tails that were pieced together. Young lady, she used the spaceship to scan and came to this conclusion. Chu Feng was speechless on the spot. Even spirit beasts were fake? Then, he discovered that there were also many mutants in the other iron cages. There was a golden tyrannosaurus, hellish ants, and even a young golden bird was locked in one of the iron cages. It was labeled golden-winged pum. Damn it, it's too fake. It's fake to the point of madness. This city was too big. There were spiritual mountains, valleys, and rivers in the city. It surrounded a cultivation holy land within the city. Among them, the center of the city was the most astonishing. The energy aura was rich and colorful. That was the area where the direct descendants of the Een Sparrow race resided. There was a vast palace there. The Een Sparrow race's royal family lived there and controlled the entire planet, as well as half of the Dragon Sparrow star domain. King City was the inner city. It was very big, and there were undulating mountains inside. There were stretches of pure land and bejeweled jade palaces one after another. Enter King City. Chu Feng and the others stared at the Een Sparrow race's most important place. However, an alarm sounded in the cabin as they approached. This area was covered by a vast domain and was very difficult to break through. This immediately gave the two a headache. Even though Chu Feng was a domain master, he had no way of breaking through it. This was an earth-shattering domain that had been arranged by an expert and could even deal with saints. After all, the Een Sparrow race had once been glorious. Even though they had been exhausted until now, they still had some resources. I feel that we can use the heavenly umbrella to split it open. Young lady, she was eager to give it a try, but she was dispirited because using a great killing weapon to split it open would cause too much of a commotion. Doing so might alarm the Een Sparrows of the entire planet to attack together. There was no guarantee that there were old saints hibernating in the palace and hadn't gone to the Nine Nether Star. In addition, if the commotion was too great and there was something strange here, it might cause the group of people from the Nine Nether Star to quickly return, even if they were trapped for a moment. This would block all their escape routes. I don't know where their treasury is. If we use the heavenly umbrella to split it open, we can rob it and run. The two of them discussed and felt that the risk was high and the reward was high. Let's play it safe. It's not realistic to eat fatso in one bite. The Een Sparrow race's accumulation over the years is probably enough to support the needs of 10 vital planets evolvers. It's not realistic for us to think that we can successfully rob them in one go. Although they were eager to succeed, they didn't lose their rationality. Young lady, she said, the key is that the layout of the capital is too complicated. We don't know where the treasury is hidden. Maybe it's underground. What is that place? Water mist is faintly discernible and spiritual energy is rising, blooming with 7-colored light. Chu Feng was surprised to find that there was an area in the palace where the energy particles were too dense. Could it be? He was surprised and thought of a possibility. That could be a holy pond. It was the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth that could nourish a saint's body. The more Chu Feng looked at it, the more likely it was. That was the residence of the Een Sparrow race's royal family, so there must be saints living there. Since it was a place where they cultivated, it should be the holy pond. If Uncle Ming goes in and bathes in it, the benefits will be boundless. I'll also go take a bath at the same time to refine my treasure body. Chu Feng was drooling, but the defense of the royal palace was too tight. It would be difficult to break in by force. The most important thing was that he was worried that this capital was unfathomable, and there were some old fellows who had lived for a long time lying dormant. After all, it was the race's most important place. Yes, the Een Sparrow race's ancestral planet has more than one important place. We can think about it from another angle, said young lady Shi. Yes, it's impossible for all the big shots to be gathered here. There must be other places of fortune, but the defense is far inferior. Then, the two went to kidnap people. Moreover, they didn't just attack one person. When they saw lone experts outside the city, they felt that their identities weren't ordinary, so they immediately attacked them and interrogated them. Soon, they gathered the information and could almost compose a map. They knew the important places on this planet. Not to mention the capital, there was a temporary imperial residence 500 kilometers away from the capital. There's also a holy pond there that was connected to the holy pond in the palace and was enough to nourish a saint's body. It was said that there was also a golden Arhut pond there that was usually open to those who had performed meritorious deeds. The most important thing was that there were two saints who had lived since ancient times living there. But today, they were seething with anger as they charged toward the outer realm. That's it. Chu Feng's eyes emitted a thieving light as he identified the target. Young lady, she was also excited and said, "Since the two holy ponds are connected, we might be able to enter the palace from the temporary imperial residence 500 kilometers away." After understanding enough, the two moved and steered the flying ship to the front of the temporary imperial residence 500 kilometers away. It was called a temporary imperial residence, but it was a large manor that occupied a large area. There was a pure land and a spiritual mountain inside that was protected by domains. There's nothing to say. Let's fight our way in. The domains here are much weaker than those in the imperial palace. Look, there are also evolvers who appear in the manor. We might be able to enter easily if we hold them hostage. The long years of comfort have caused this place to lose its vigilance. Then they attacked decisively. Along the way, people fell to the ground. All of them fainted from the silent shock. It was too convenient to attack without a saint overseeing things. They held some people hostage and entered this pure land. The Een Sparrow race boy who was being held hostage was incomparably shocked. This place had never been robbed since ancient times, but today there were actually great bandits who came to rob in broad daylight. The main thing was that the two old saints didn't usually leave. There were many domains here that didn't need to be activated, so no one had ever dared to come here and behave atrociously. Who would have thought that someone would be so bold as to take advantage of this time to barge in so openly and tyrannically, asking someone to lead the way? As expected, there are no saints overseeing things. After robbing this place, let's go to the Imperial City to take a look. What if there aren't any old fellows hibernating there? They had just entered, but Chu Feng's eyes weren't enough to take in everything. There was an old apricot tree in front of the bejeweled palace. The fruits it bore were golden and translucent like little lanterns. Pick. They didn't know if this thing could promote evolution, but it should be able to make up for the deficiency of essence, qi, and spirit. Chu Feng had already understood that there were many kinds of mutant fruits in the starry sky, and each had different effects. This is a great medicine used to refine the golden body pill. It hasn't matured yet, so don't pick it. A Tao child stopped them. For evolvers at the golden Arhut level, the golden body pill was a precious medicine second only to the 6 paths of reincarnation pill. Pick. Chu Feng plucked them all in an instant. Not even the green apricot was left. In the end, he even dug up the tree and uprooted the old apricot tree. In any case, he had a lot of spatial bracelets on him. In the distance, the Tao child collapsed because Chu Feng didn't even let the soil on the ground go. He stored the colorful mutant soil into his spatial container. This was really scraping the ground 3 feet deep. Why are the lotuses in this pond emitting a silver light? What's their use? Chu Feng asked. The transformation lotus. Some almighty beings can use this lotus to reconstruct their lost physical bodies. Of course, it requires a sacred lotus that is over 100,000 years old. These lotuses are only a few thousand years old and are the main ingredients for refining the transformation pill, the Tao child replied with a sobbing tone. Above the visualization realm were the Cloud Eater, transformation, and golden Arhut realms. The transformation pill undoubtedly corresponded to the transformation realm. Pluck. Chu Feng plunged into the glowing pond and dug out everything, including the lotus roots and leaves. Not a single plant was left, and not even a blade of grass was left. I'm crying. The Tao child broke down again. Chu Feng didn't even let the lotus mud in the pond go. Uncle Ming, wake up. There's a holy pond ahead. I'll send you in to recuperate. Chu Feng called out. In the process, he destroyed a fake mountain as well. The vines on the fake mountain are just for the scenery. The Tao child reminded with a sobbing tone. Nonsense. It's clearly glowing, so it's definitely not an ordinary object. Chu Feng didn't care about the consequences. He didn't leave a single vine behind. This is called the luminous vine. It's naturally like this. It can glow, the Tao child explained. Cut the crap. Lead the way and continue sweeping. Chu Feng said. Chapter 667. Qi. Suddenly, a snow-white blade radiance appeared. It was as fast as lightning and hacked towards Chu Feng. The blade radiance contained a large number of runes. This was an ambush by a golden Arhut level expert. He wanted to kill him. A cold luster flowed on Chu Feng's body as the metal armor, transformed from the spaceship, appeared on his body. With a clang, a blue light flashed in his hand as the divine weapon appeared. Crack! B for the azure spear broke the long blade and flew forward. The person in the dark didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying and exploded in midair. Following that, the mist of blood evaporated. This made the Tao child tremble because he knew that golden Arhut level expert. He was definitely a ruthless character and one of the saint's disciples. In the end, he was killed in one move. The Tao child immediately understood that the azure spear in Chu Feng's hand was a divine weapon that could pierce through planets. Even a golden Arhut level expert couldn't withstand it and was instantly killed. Qi. At the same time, Qi in the other direction was also attacked. A scarlet sparrow revealed its true form and pounced over like a ray of red light. Puffed. The heavenly umbrella had been hanging above Qi's head all this time. At this moment, it shook lightly and the powerful sparrow collapsed, turning into a mist of blood. It was still some distance away, but its body and soul were already destroyed. Be careful. There's a golden Arhut level expert in seclusion in the underground palace. These two just came out and wanted to ambush us after discovering us. The two were immediately on guard. One of them had a spaceship transformed battle armor, while the other had the heavenly umbrella, so there was nothing to be afraid of. They guessed that there should still be golden Arhut level experts in seclusion in the underground palace. They didn't know what was happening outside and had yet to come out. The two were bold enough to not have any plans to enter the underground palace. They snatched all kinds of spiritual objects outside, snatching whatever they saw. Everywhere they went, a layer of earth would be shaved off. Chu Feng had his eyes on the 3 seeds. Therefore, after seeing strange soil here, he would dig it up regardless of its quality. That was why the Tao child felt like he was about to collapse. These were locusts, more like soil rats. He had never seen such a strange thief who wouldn't even let the soil go. Bang! Soon after, Chu Feng and Lady Qi rushed to the front of the giant central palace. At the same time, they saw an orange tree with purple mist rising from it. There were more than 10 oranges on it, and they looked as if they were cast from purple gold. They were glistening and extremely gorgeous. Mine! Mine! Almost at the same time, the two of them let out a strange cry and rushed forward to fight for the orange. Leaves fluttered in the air. After the orange was snatched, even the roots and soil couldn't escape the evil hands and disappeared. Then, the two of them entered the Jade Palace side by side. There was a pool here. Even though it was covered by a palace, it was difficult to hide the surging multicolored light, the energy rich and astonishing. Uncle Ming, you might be able to recover here. Chu Feng called out. Spiritual energy flowed within the palace that was piled up with piles of jade. It was elegant, clean, and otherworldly. At the center of the palace was a pool that could accommodate 2 people sitting cross-legged. 5-colored divine light flowed and suffused out, and there was an extremely dense and powerful energy overflowing from it. Holy Lake! Uncle Ming appeared and was very surprised to see this scene. He didn't expect Chu Feng to find such a holy place for him to recover in such a short time. He had just been rescued not long ago. At this time, Uncle Ming's head was still dripping with blood. However, he didn't just have a head. He still had a body, but it was very weak. This was the result of him forcefully using blood drop regeneration. He was a saint and had such methods. However, Wei Hung was too cruel and did many things to him. He almost crippled him and made Uncle Ming pay a huge price. Therefore, after his blood drop regeneration, the body he created was very weak and couldn't be considered a true holy body. He needed to recuperate and slowly recover. Now, a holy lake had appeared. To Uncle Ming, it was like a long drought meeting a good rain. "Child, you've really surprised me. Where's this?" Uncle Ming was very decisive. As he asked, he directly sat in the holy lake. All the pores on his body opened up, and he swallowed like a whale. This weak body was absorbing the astonishing energy in the holy lake. "This is the Sparrow race's ancestral star. We've come to pay a visit." Chu Feng laughed. Even though Uncle Ming had experienced many things, he was now stunned and somewhat speechless. He had been in a deep sleep to recover himself and didn't know what the two were doing. Now that he understood the situation, he was quite emotional. These two youths dared to come to the Sparrow race's lair. How bold were they? Chu Feng's face was full of smiles as he said, "Uncle Ming, move in a bit. I also want to take a bath. I've finally seen the legendary holy lake. How can I miss it?" "Don't." Uncle Ming shook his head. Chu Feng said, "It's all right, Uncle Ming. I don't mind you. This is the holy lake. Squeeze a bit. Cultivation is the most important." Uncle Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. He finally had some understanding of this youth. He said, "This is a holy lake. There are order symbols in the divine liquid of fortune. You won't be able to withstand it. If you rush and rashly, you'll be dissolved and turned into a bloody pulp." Chu Feng heard this and sucked in a breath of cold air. The so-called holy lake was so tyrannical. Young lady, she curled her lips and said, "Lowly Chu, don't think too much about it. You won't be able to use some of the sacred fortunes, whether it's body tempering or spirit tempering." "Shut up. If you dare call me lowly again, I won't return this metal holy garment," Chu Feng threatened. In reality, he was very envious. "Are you sure you want to keep the battleship transformed into a battleship?" Young lady, she asked with a smile. "Forget it. I'm of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I want to take you things for free." Chu Feng replied guiltily. What he was most worried about was that he couldn't control the spaceship. This thing seemed to have a life of its own and was always carrying out young lady Shi's orders. Then the place was in chaos. Chu Feng and young lady, she began to plunder again. They snatched away all the calligraphy and paintings hanging in the hall. They didn't even let go of a bronze lamp. They were afraid that it was a secret treasure, so they decisively stuffed it into their spatial bracelets. The Tao child was completely speechless. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. These two even snatched the soil outside and dug 3 feet into the ground. How come he even scraped off a layer of the wall now? Damn it, could it be that the Tao Tai had come? The Tao child seriously suspected that these two had the Tao Tai in human form and came here to cause trouble. They wanted to loot everything clean. In reality, Chu Feng and young lady, she suspected that there were secret compartments on the wall. They were hidden in layers and so on. That was why even the wall was scraped off a layer when the two of them moved. Soon after, Chu Feng found a second pond in another jade building. It was golden in color and dense spiritual energy was rising. The rich energy was unfathomable. He was tempted on the spot. "This is a pond prepared for the golden arhut." He identified it immediately and then salivated. Chu Feng felt that he could try this pond himself. Then he took out some golden liquid and sucked it into his palm. In the end, it made him emit a green smoke, and it was extremely painful. Damn it, is there such a big gap between me and the golden arhut? Chu Feng was unwilling to accept it. Young lady, she also appeared here and said, "The so-called golden arhut level evolvers have strong flesh and a certain indestructible characteristic. Otherwise, why would they dare to name this realm with a golden body? I'll collect." Chu Feng didn't say anything else. He took out the pristine jade bottle and immediately began to collect the golden arhut level creation liquid. Not far away, the Tao child's face turned green. This person really didn't let go of anything. He wanted to break the foundation of this place. In the blink of an eye, this small pond of golden liquid dried up. It was all collected by Chu Feng because there wasn't much liquid to begin with. "I'll collect again." Chu Feng dug the ground and exhausted the goose that laid the golden egg. He wanted to collect all the way to the end. The Tao child was anxious and said, You can't. If you destroy the underground source like this, it won't produce the golden Arhut level creation liquid for many years to come. Collect. Chu Feng didn't listen to the advice. This was the enemy's creation liquid. He had no intention of leaving it for them, and would take away as much as he could. Then this pond completely dried up. Moreover, with such a crazy theft, the golden liquid wouldn't gush out for many years. Chu Feng was quite satisfied and said, "After a period of time, when I reach the transformation in golden body levels, I won't have to look for this kind of liquid everywhere." After a while, the entire temporary imperial residence sank. Digging 3 feet into the ground wasn't just a joke. The places where Chu Feng and young lady she passed by were more severe than a locust passing through. There shouldn't be anything missing. They've all moved out. Yes, more or less. Everything has been collected. At the side, the Tao child's eyes were filled with tears and resentment. Who were these people? Even his tattered praying mat had been snatched away by these two and suspected to be an object of enlightenment. Then, even the rainbow fish raised by the 2 saints were fished away. They said that they would be cooked and eaten in the future, suspecting that it might be a great supplement. "Uncle Ming, we should go. This broken place is too poor and has nothing. It's all bare. Let's withdraw." Chu Feng complained. The Tao child wanted to cry. "Damn it, you can't bully people like this. This place clearly isn't like this. It's you who didn't even let the saints' bedboard go. Even the pond and the courtyard soil were all swept clean by you. You still have the nerve to complain that it's bare? It's all your fault." Uncle Ming knew that time was of the essence. He used Wei Tianqing's spatial container to directly collect the holy level creation liquid and forcefully stored it. The ground immediately rumbled and trembled. This colorful liquid flowed with order runes and continuously fell into the spatial bottle. Uncle Ming sucked the holy pond dry and then walked out with Chu Feng and the others. TSK, TSK, TSK. After they left, he cut off the Tao child's and the others' memories and drove the ship away. At this time, there were not only Een Sparrow race experts near the Nine Nether planet, but also famous characters from other races who had rushed here to observe the ceremony. Haha, congratulations, Een Sparrow race friends. Your race has gained another saint. Oh, amazing. The 9 Een Sparrow is about to become a saint. Congratulations, Een Sparrow race friends. At this time, the 9 Een Sparrow was in a battleship. Hearing these words, he wanted to vomit blood and his face was hot. He really couldn't stand it. He was about to become a saint, but someone had forcefully interrupted him and saved Uncle Ming's head. This time, he would most likely become a joke. Isn't this the Shilin clan's heavenly pride, Brother Wei Hung? Some powerful ancient saints greeted Wei Hung enthusiastically after seeing him appear. They regarded the 9th in history with great importance and fear. Those who came to observe the ceremony expressed their goodwill and were incomparably enthusiastic. Chapter 668. Wei Hung, number 9 in history, had no expression on his feminine face. His austere aura turned into a black tornado that soared into the sky, making him the center of the storm. This scene was somewhat terrifying. Some of the small planets around him, including 3 of the moons around the 9 Nether star, were swept over. There were also many huge meteorites revolving around Wei Hung amidst the black gales. In an instant, he seemed to have become the center of this starry sky. The energy value around his body rose sharply, making even the saint's hair stand on end. After Wei Hung received the news, he rushed over at the first possible moment. But before he even landed on the surface of the 9 Nether star, he already knew that his youngest son had died. The bloodline connection had already been severed, so he couldn't feel it here. All that was left were traces of decaying aura of death. This made his heart feel like it was raging, torrential, and thunderous. He was Wei Hung, a top expert among the saints. If the heaven illuminators didn't appear, who could fight him head-on? He could sweep through the sea of stars. Who among the various races in the heavens could fight him? But today, someone killed the son he doted on the most, mercilessly wiping him out. Normally, all the saints had to respect him and no one dared to offend him. Up until now, he had already enjoyed the treatment of the ancestors of the various races in advance. Sometimes, people already saw him as a future powerhouse at the Heaven Illuminator realm. Bang! In the outer space of a nine-nether star, a moon exploded. After being swept up by the black gales around Wei Hung, it flew around him a dozen times before directly exploding. This was the destruction of a small planet, and the experts from all directions were horrified. Even the hearts of the saints palpitated. They could feel how terrifying Wei Hung was. Just the aura he emitted was already like this. What kind of scene would there be once he attacked? Crack! Next, another moon disintegrated and turned into cosmic dust near Wei Hung. Wei Hung let out a low roar. In a split second, his body rose sharply like a god, emitting a terrifying and boundless radiance as he towered between heaven and earth. In a split second, space trembled. Many meteorites floating in the cosmos trembled before exploding and turning into fine powder. Wei Hung stretched out a large hand that covered the starry sky. He raised his hand and grabbed the planet closest to the nine-nether star into the center of his enlarged palm. He crushed a planet with one pinch. His methods were terrifying. Boundless fluctuations spread out, intimidating everyone. All the evolvers below the saint level were trembling. Whether they were on the battleships or floating in outer space, many of them couldn't help but go limp. Some of them even knelt down, trembling incessantly. Wei Hang's hair was disheveled, and his originally handsome face became cold. There was not a trace of a smile on his face, and his empty eyes suddenly shot out lightning, shocking the saints of the various races. Wei Tiansheng was the youngest son he liked the most and was the most similar to him. Not only were their appearances similar, but even their personalities were similar. In the end, he had died here for no apparent reason. Who is it? Wei Hung let out a low roar. Icy lightning shot out of his eyes and tore through the darkness of the universe. He scanned his surroundings, searching for enemies. Meanwhile, a lazy voice resounded, and it was the only person in the surroundings that wasn't afraid of Wei Hung. Brother Wei, what's wrong with you? Isn't this a bit too tyrannical? Today, the Nining Sparrow is about to become a saint, yet you've come here to display your might. What's the meaning of this? Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked over. A silver war chariot emitted a gentle radiance. It was pulled by heavenly horses and laid there. Its entire body was suffused with holy might, making one feel reverence. That was the chariot of a saint. Someone who could use 8 pure-blooded heavenly horses to pull a chariot was definitely a major character. This chariot could cross the sea of stars. On the silver chariot, there was a very lazy youth sitting there, enjoying the service of a maid massaging his shoulders. People were shocked to find that this maid was the saintess of a certain powerful race. Li Zhongqian scram, Wei Hing said coldly. His words were simple and extremely tyrannical. However, the wilderness was in an uproar. They were indescribably shaken. Li Zhongqian wasn't an ordinary expert. In a certain era, he was revered as the fourth under the heavens. He was a heaven-bestowed character of his generation and had long since become a saint. Many people revealed odd expressions. They knew that there was enmity between the two. That was because in this part of the starry skies, Yao Yao, the 9 orifices tribulation physique, and the others were considered the most powerful in history. They were known as the Golden Generation and couldn't be surpassed. This was publicly acknowledged by all races. However, some of the heavenly geniuses from other eras weren't convinced. For instance, the generation that was less than 400 years away from the Golden Generation was like this. Li Zhongtian was revered as the fourth under the heavens in the Silver Era. He was unwilling and unconvinced, and he even had a conflict with Wei Hung. That was why he directly opened his mouth and targeted Wei Hung. He didn't know that Wei Hung had lost his son. If he knew the inside story, he probably wouldn't have come here today. Wei Hung, you're too insolent. Let me see if you're worthy of being the 9th in history. On the silver chariot, Li Zhongtian's face was very gloomy. With such a great reputation, who would dare tell him to scram? Boom! The space immediately darkened. When Wei Hung crossed the starry skies, it was simply destructive. The sky was torn apart, and a black cosmic abyss appeared in the surroundings. It was a terrifying scene. He immediately attacked. His speed was too fast. He appeared on the silver chariot and raised his fist to attack. His attitude was unyielding and tyrannical to the extreme. That was because he was suppressing a wave of anger in his heart. Anyone who provoked him would trigger his boundless killing intent. He had already lost his beloved son, and his heart had long since been filled with lightning and thunder. His fury was like a flood. "You dare!" Li Zhongtian was furious. The other party directly attacked him like this, which was beyond his expectations. Boom! The silver chariot exploded. The 8 pure-blooded Pegasi and the maid evaporated into bloody light. In the end, not even the cosmic dust was left. After being blown up, they were annihilated. Bang, bang, bang. Outsiders couldn't see clearly. They only felt that 2 balls of light were entangled and fighting fiercely. Next, a few distant planets exploded one after another. They were blasted apart by the collision of their divine weapons, and the light illuminated the dark universe. Moments later, Li Zhongtian escaped. Half of his body was covered in blood. He, the 4th under the starry skies of the Silver Era, couldn't beat the 9th of the Golden Generation. Filled with anger, he forcefully tore open the void and jumped in to escape. "Dao friend Wei Hung, please calm your anger. My condolences." At this time, an elder from the Een Sparrow race came forward to console him. Everyone was stunned and felt that something was wrong with the situation. Then, the news spread. The truth was that the Een Sparrow race didn't want to hide it. They even wanted to borrow the strength of the experts from the various races who came to watch the ceremony in hopes of finding the murderer. Who did this? It's too tyrannical. The 9 Een Sparrow, who was about to become a saint, suffered an attack and was beaten until only a small part of his body remained. It was a tragic sight, and that person also tore off half of Saint Yuan Shinkong's body and killed Wei Hang's youngest son. This shook the starry skies. This is explosive news. The starry skies were boiling. The interstellar network covered every part of the world. It shocked the evolvers on every vital planet and caused a sensation. The Origin Beast platform, Black Blood Arena, and other online platforms followed up with the news immediately. The cultivators in the starry skies were stirred up, and there was a heated discussion. Ruthless, too fierce. He descended alone to kill, cut off the 9 Een Sparrow's opportunity to become a saint, killed the heavenly knight Yuan Shinkong, and killed Wei Hang's son. This is a high-profile announcement that he doesn't fear the Een Sparrow race, the Heavenly Knight Corps, and the Shilin clan. He can move unhindered through the starry skies without any scruples. "Hero, please accept my knees. You're too fierce. Take me with you." Oh, the 9 Een Sparrow is really embarrassing. So many people went to watch the ceremony, but they only saw a small part of his body. How is this becoming a saint? It's clearly making him feel ashamed. The starry skies were filled with clamor and discussions. The 9 Een Sparrow flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was truly humiliated to the extreme. Wei Hang's face was as gloomy as water. He wanted nothing more than to bathe the starry skies in blood. No one dared to provoke him. Even a 9 Een Sparrow and Yuan Shinkong had a guilty conscience and avoided him. Before long, someone saw a side of Wei Hung that no one had ever seen before. In the past, he was extremely reserved, but on that day, he went berserk. His hair was disheveled, and he pounced on a planet. He roared and tore the planet into pieces. He had lost his composure and was mad with rage. "Serves you right. I'll let you taste the pain of your loved ones dying." Chu Feng didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy. At this time, they had long since escaped from the Dragon Sparrow star region. In the important palace on the Een Sparrow race's ancestral planet, everyone was still unconscious. No one could send the news out, and the matter hadn't been exposed for a long time. Lady Shi nodded and said, "Yes, a sinister person like Wei Hung needs an evil person like you to torture him." Her impression of Wei Hung was extremely bad. He had pickled her first teacher in a jar. Just hearing about it made one's scalp go numb. No matter how painful the punishment was for such a sinister person, it wouldn't be too much. Chu Feng glared at her and said, "Who's the evil person? What are you talking about?" At this time, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Toad, and the old donkey on Earth had a tacit understanding. They logged into Chu Feng's golden account. Being invincible is so lonely. Wei Jun Tua Egg is safe and sound. They spoke immediately. These simple words caused Wei Heng's eyes to turn as black as ink. His murderous intent surged and filled the entire starry sky. Everyone in the universe was speechless. This Chu Feng was truly unscrupulous. Provoking the number 9 in history at this time was like pouring salt on his wound. The younger generation of the Shilin clan berated on the Origin Beast platform, saying that being invincible is so lonely was inhumane. It was too shameless to say such words at this time. The Black Yak immediately retaliated and said, "Go to hell. Your Shilin clan has the nerve to say shameless. You guys are the most despicable ones." What did Wei Junta Egg do? He cut off his own teacher's head and pickled it in a jar. Is there any humanity left? Since the ancient war, you guys have been more active than the deity race and the netherworld race in hunting down the survivors of the mother planet. You guys are simply beasts, worse than pigs and dogs. A war of words and clamor disturbed the restless starry sky. At this time, another piece of news came out and shocked every race. The Een Sparrow race's ancestral planet, where the saint was cultivating in seclusion, had been robbed clean. The losses were severe because a holy pond had been uprooted. This made the Een Sparrow race almost go crazy. The holy pond was the foundation of a race. It made the other saints jealous. Otherwise, why would there be 2 ancient saints overseeing it all year round? It was to guard that holy pond, and in the end, it was stolen. According to the clues left behind by the thief, he was the one who had ambushed 9 Een Sparrow, Wei Tiansheng, and Yuan Shinkong. The Een Sparrow race searched frantically. Losing a holy pond had greatly damaged their vitality. This was even more terrifying and serious than 9 Een Sparrow being ambushed and losing the chance to become a saint. Hee-haw, hee-haw, everyone from the Een Sparrow race, Old Donkey, sends his condolences at the first instance. I want to tell you, you really deserved it. Wei Jun Tua Egg, you're howling like this because of the death of a child. You've killed so many people. Do you know how many families have been torn apart and are in unbearable pain? You've suffered the wrath of the heavens. Are you unsatisfied? Come and fight. Old Donkey will kick you to death. There is no one else who could bear this kind of hatred. Apart from the Een Sparrow race and Wei Hung, there was another person who was also injured. The ancient Saint Jun Tua had a long black face. He realized that as long as the little bastards on Earth opened their mouths, he would definitely be innocently implicated. Old Donkey, Black Yak, Ouyang Toad, and the others either used their own accounts to speak or used Chu Feng's golden account to interact. This was to create a false impression that Chu Feng was still on Earth. This is the doing of the people from the Yang realm. Chapter 669. The deity race, the spirit race, and the netherworld race ruled over an extremely vast area. Among them, there was a place where they intersected. In reality, there were also other powerful races who occupied a certain amount of territory here, because this area was rich in natural resources. Chu Feng came. With the help of Xi's spaceship and the old Saint Uncle Ming's gradual recovery, it was no longer difficult for him to cross the starry sky. He had obtained a flawless identity on a planet that was not very prosperous. A young man leaves the great wilderness and slays all enemies in the world. Wu Luanhui wrote these words on the stone wall in the desolate lands of this planet. He spoke with the tone of a high-spirited youth who had just been born into the world. "Loli Chu, you're so vulgar," she said disdainfully. Chu Feng really wanted to beat her up after hearing this. These words have long since become the oldest motivational words in the Yang realm. Do you think you're one of those lonely and invincible predecessors? Chu Feng ignored her. Uncle Ming took action and used his great power to baptize the newly opened cave residents in the depths of the great wilderness. He used the power of time to wash it, making it look like it was left behind from ancient times. Without any flaws, Chu Feng's inheritance had a source. The reason he chose this place was because there was indeed a young man cultivating in the depths of the great wilderness. Some people from the sects had seen him from afar. However, according to Chu Feng's in-depth investigation, they found that the young man had long since died in the belly of a vicious beast. They came and left quickly. The identity of Wu Luanhui couldn't be used for the time being, so they created it first and kept it as a backup. Why bother? She didn't understand. Chu Feng smiled and said, "There's a great use for it. Wait until I've strolled around the starry skies for a while. I'll return to Earth and use this identity with the other divine sons to shout and kill Chu Feng." Uncle Ming was speechless after hearing this. "Actually, there's another use. Only with this legal identity can I go to damning Pure Land and fight for that great fortune," said Chu Feng. He couldn't forget about this. Damning Pure Land had once sent out golden invitations to young heroes from all races in the universe to provide them with a great fortune. It was reported that in the Great Dream Ancient Palace, there were people who could dream for 10 or even 100 years in a single night. Their cultivation would increase rapidly, and their battle prowess would soar. Not to mention the other races, even the Buddhist race, Tao race, deity race, quasi-mortal race, and origin demon race of the 10 greats were envious of such an opportunity. They viewed it with special importance and would send their disciples over. Dreaming of the Tao for 10 years or 100 years in one night was completely the same as sitting in seclusion in the real world. Who wouldn't care about such fortune? It would drive the evolvers of every race crazy. Furthermore, at the end of the dream Tao gathering, a Tao companion would be chosen for the saintess of Damong Pure Land. This orthodoxy originally sent me a golden invitation, but in the end, they declared it invalid. How infuriating. Therefore, young Master Chu had to go, and he had a dream for 100 years there. When the time comes, they will beg me to stay and be their son-in-law. That will depend on my mood. You're indeed a pervert among ghosts. What 100 years of dream Tao? I think you've set your eyes on someone else's goddess, haven't you? Lady, she said disdainfully. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Feng retorted righteously. Afterward, he thought of some things. Last time, he suspected that Qin Luoyin was pregnant. What kind of situation was this? According to her character, she would definitely destroy that child and not leave it in this world. Could it be the legendary divine fetus that's very difficult to destroy? His imagination ran wild. But no matter how powerful the child was, it was still weak before birth. He couldn't understand how it could be solved with a C-section. Afterward, he thought of some scenes. He entered Damong Pure Land with Wu Luanhui's identity and participated in that gathering. What if he came out on top and dreamt for 100 years in one night? Damong Pure Land would really choose him as Qin Luoyin's Tao companion. What happened then? I'm going to be the receiver, and I'm going to cheat on myself? The more he thought about it, the more speechless he felt. At this time, Uncle Ming solemnly reminded him that Damong Pure Land's dream Tao gathering was specially prepared for young evolvers. It was very famous since ancient times and could be considered one of the greatest fortunes of the young people in this part of the universe. At the same time, this also meant that the competition would be fierce. Uncle Ming said, "There's no need to think too much. Even people like the winged godhead, the 9 orifices heavenly tribulation physique, and the primordial Tao fetus can't resist the temptation and will head there to compete. At that time, it'll be a competition of indescribable talents and luck. There's no way to predict who will obtain the fortune in the end. Who cares? I'm just a troublemaker, and I'm going to try my luck. They won't let me go and destroyed my golden invitation, so I'm not qualified to appear. But if I accidentally obtain an opportunity there, then let them cry." Chu Feng and the others went to the starry sky again. This time, they went to some strange regions to cultivate. Half a month later, Chu Feng was running on a barren planet. His clothes were ragged, and the so-called sturdy armor had long since been torn apart. He carried a giant meteorite and fled on the surface of the planet that was full of craters. Behind him, a group of golden creatures that looked like crocodiles kept jumping out of the craters. They brought boiling lava with them as they chased after him. Remember, keep your heart motionless and visualize the heavens. Uncle Ming shouted in midair. Chu Feng was furious. He was being chased by a group of visualization and cloud-eater ancient volcanic crocodiles that posed a serious threat to him. Who could stand being chased for a whole 10 days? Moreover, he wasn't allowed to resist. He had to carry the meteorite that weighed more than 1,000,000 kilograms with both hands and escape. Moreover, he had to cultivate the true meaning of the visualization realm in his mind. This was Uncle Ming's teaching method. It was just the beginning, but it was already so terrifying. Snort! A giant golden crocodile leaped out of the crater with a large amount of lava. It almost drowned Chu Feng, and its bloody mouth almost bit off his legs. It's almost at the transformation level. Chu Feng shouted. Shut up. Your task is to visualize. Uncle Ming shouted. Loli Chu, do your best. In the sky, Lady Shi took joy in his misfortune and reminded him that his buttocks were about to be bitten. For half a month, Chu Feng was miserable. He visualized in his mind and ran for his life on his legs. He wasn't allowed to fly off the ground and could only run for his life on this barren planet. This led to countless golden volcanic crocodiles appearing on the planet in the end. They opened their bloody mouths and chased after Chu Feng, biting him all the way. Chu Feng was almost torn to shreds. He was riddled with wounds and an unbearable pain. However, this kind of desperate cultivation method had obvious effects. It squeezed out his potential and consolidated his realm. During this period, Uncle Ming showed him many divine diagrams. These were the scenes visualized by some terrifyingly famous experts in the history of evolution for Chu Feng's reference. This was definitely a priceless treasure to Chu Feng. In the past, he came from an unorthodox background. After receiving such pointers from Uncle Ming and giving him these famous divine diagrams, he was instantly on the right path. Chu Feng's cultivation was growing, and so was his combat strength. 2 days later, he was finally free. He had finally left this planet and escaped the pursuit of the volcanic crocodiles. Uncle Ming was in charge of cleaning up the aftermath and erasing all traces. Afterward, Chu Feng was thrown onto a strange planet. It was lifeless and devoid of vitality. He finally didn't have to face the pursuit of all kinds of terrifying creatures here. However, his expression collapsed as soon as he landed. The gravity here was too shocking. It was probably hundreds of times that of Earth. If an ordinary person came here, they would die immediately. Chu Feng wasn't used to it first. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The most terrifying thing was that the gravity in some areas was even more terrifying. It could be thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of Earth. Uncle Ming told him that this was an abandoned ancient training ground that could still be used. Continue visualizing. This time, Uncle Ming took out some ancient diagrams. They were all left behind by the super-evolved beings of the past when they were young. Uncle Ming made Chu Feng run with a huge mountain on his back while he visualized here. Chu Feng almost collapsed on the spot. The density of the rocks here was different from other places. Were they trying to crush him? However, Uncle Ming kicked him off the spaceship. He didn't give him a chance to speak at all. He had to go back to cultivating obediently. Ouch. In the end, Chu Feng wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. It was truly miserable. In the following half a month, Chu Feng was in a more miserable state than being chased by tens of thousands of volcanic crocodiles. Every part of his body bled from time to time and was about to explode. The gravity in some areas was too terrifying. If he ran with the weight, it would be no different from suicide. This planet was too hard and could withstand his impact. Uncle Ming, I haven't eaten for a month. I've been cultivating all this time. Let's take a break. Chu Feng shouted pitifully. His clothes were torn and long gone. His whole body was covered in mud. He was literally running naked. Only his big eyes could be considered clear. The rest of his body was dirty. No, the cultivation here isn't over yet. Uncle Ming refused. Ouch! Chu Feng howled like a wolf and started running wildly again. This is love, and it's true love. Lady she watched with great interest. Girl from the Yang realm, you molested me. You're not allowed to see me running naked. Lady she was very thick-skinned. She didn't cower at all and said righteously, TSK, what can a little girl covered in mud see? Moreover, you're a ghost. I'm only observing the various states of ghosts and examining them with a critical eye. During this process, Chu Feng visualized the ancient golden crow, the fiend god, the nine-headed dragon, the universe, and reincarnation. It was all-encompassing. 11 Uncle Ming approved of his method of visualizing everything without being bound by formality. In the end, Chu Feng broke through here and became an evolver at the late stage of the visualization realm. His strength had been growing steadily. If this goes on, I'll definitely enter the Cloud Eater realm. Thank you, Uncle Ming. Chu Feng was both in pain and happiness. Uncle Ming said, if you want to enter the Damung Pure Land and participate in the Dream Dao Conference, you must be strong enough. 2 days later, Chu Feng finally left this lifeless but heaven-defying ancient training ground planet and was brought to a vital planet. When he saw the city walls, the endless stream of horses and carriages, and the surging flow of people, Chu Feng almost howled. The hellish torture was finally over. In the end, he took a hot bath, changed into clean clothes, and ate a gazelle leg in a restaurant. He almost cried because this moment was too blissful. However, after finishing this meal, he was taken away again and thrown into a planet full of venomous insects. There were flying centipedes everywhere, millstone-sized toads all over the mountains, and spiders the size of small mountains. The test of life and death had arrived again. In the end, he was almost stung to death by a group of poisonous bees the size of calves. His whole body was black, mainly because these poisonous bees were everywhere and covered the sky. It was too painful. He was still required to visualize in such a situation. Just like that, Chu Feng experienced a total of 3 months of bitter cultivation. Only then did this hellish journey come to an end. He was only a step away from the Cloud Eater realm and could break through at any time. Uncle Ming warned, don't be anxious. Let's go outside and find some fortunes to consolidate your evolutionary foundation. Then, we'll charge into the Cloud Eater realm and pass the tribulation. This time, Uncle Ming's expression was very ugly when he came to a vital planet to recuperate. Even with the old saint's cultivation, his body was trembling slightly as he suppressed his anger and grief. Uncle Ming, what's wrong? Chu Feng asked. It's that bastard Wei Hung. Uncle Ming's voice was gloomy. Wei Hung had been very quiet for the past 3 months. He only came out a few days ago and suddenly wanted to auction a batch of refinement materials. They were all at the saint level. For example, the skin of a sacred bear, the bones of a black tiger, the skull of a human saint condensed with runes, and the sacred wings of a female saint. These people are all my old friends who have fought alongside me. Some are from a mother planet, and some are good friends I made on other planets. They have gone through thick and thin with me. When the Great War broke out on Earth in ancient times, they never abandoned me. Uncle Ming couldn't go on. Old tears rolled down his face. Some of these people were killed back then. Some survived and were murdered during this long period of time. Some of them were discovered by Wei Hung, and he personally went to kill them. As such, he knew very well where their corpses were buried. Now, he dug out their corpses and auctioned them off as refinement materials. This was a serious blow and injury to Uncle Ming. This bastard, Chu Feng, was also gnashing his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to kill Wei Hung immediately. This person was definitely doing this on purpose to hurt the affectionate Uncle Ming. He really deserves to die for being so vicious. Even Lady, she was furious. After a long while, Uncle Ming calmed down and wiped away his old tears. His old friend who had shaken the world with him was humiliated after his death. This made him recall too many things of the past, and he was extremely sad. After calming his emotions, Uncle Ming said in a hoarse voice, "This time, the things you need will fall on the Shilin clan. Go to their land of fortune and break through to the Cloud Eater realm. Let them provide you with what you need. At the same time, he stood up and said, "Dreamed out conference. Wei Hung, let me think. I have to find a way to kill this bastard. If he becomes a heaven illuminator, there won't be many who can keep him in check." Uncle Ming's killing intent was aroused. He wanted to find a way to eliminate Wei Hung. "I'm begging for monthly votes. There will be double issues at the beginning of the month. One vote counts as two votes." Chapter 670. They said they were going to set off fireworks, but they dilly-dallied and even left halfway, staying on a bustling planet. In Uncle Ming's words, the Shilin clan and the deity race were waiting for them. Uncle Ming decided to temper the troops of these races first, just like how he would temper an eagle. He would tire out both physically and mentally. The number of heaven illuminators can be counted, and any one of them is a big shot in the universe. Their time is precious, and it's unrealistic to make them squat in one place to guard. It's too degrading to them and a kind of blasphemy. Uncle Ming reckoned that there might be a heaven illuminator overlord waiting for them to appear. Rather than that, they would first temper him until he couldn't take it anymore and left. Then they would appear. They descended on a planet where technological civilization and evolutionary civilization were advancing side by side. The strange buildings were like mushroom bundles constructed of special materials. Moreover, most of them were situated between famous mountains and rivers, and the surrounding scenery was beautiful. "Boss, do you have a sage suite?" shouted Chu Feng. The so-called sage suite was equivalent to the presidential suite on Earth. Now, he could speak the universal language of the universe's powerful races proficiently, and his tongue was especially smooth. Yes, a graceful beauty was smiling sweetly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Her blue dress made her look slender and elegant. Behind her, 3 snow-white foxtails were swaying back and forth. This was a 3-tailed demon fox. She was bright and moving, and her eyes were pure at first glance. Upon closer inspection, her temperament was naturally charming. Chu Feng found it pleasing to the eye. They stayed here for half a month, and the auction under the banner of the Black Blood Arena wasn't far away. During this time, they had been checking the territories of several races on the photon computer and choosing the target to attack. Half a month of tempering the eagle was indeed very effective. A certain heaven illuminator overlord in the starry skies retreated with a cold snort. That day, many people in that starry domain felt their hearts palpitate. The saints of the Shilin clan, the deity race, the netherworld race, and the Een Sparrow race were rather unwilling in private. They waited for half a month, but nothing happened. During these days, Chu Feng and the others had successfully finished scouting. They began to enjoy the delicacies on this planet and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the famous mountains and rivers. They were very carefree. "It's about time we should move." After leaving, she immediately drove the ship toward the sun to replenish its energy. She felt that there wasn't enough yang energy left. Along the way, she charged into many stars and absorbed enough energy. This was very shocking. One time, in a relatively remote place, when the spacecraft was absorbing energy, the small sun seemed to dim for a moment. The netherworld is just bad. The energy isn't pure, and there are too many impurities in the Een energy. It needs to be purified, Sai. Finally, they set off. This day, they began a crazy operation. After lying dormant for half a month, an earth-shattering storm erupted on this day. 12 of the deity race's resource-rich planets exploded in a short period of time, shaking the starry sea. They were detonated almost at the same time, giving rise to terrifying nuclear radiance that illuminated the starry skies. Even if they were very far away, standing in the gloomy sky and gazing at that starry land, they would still be able to see the brilliant light. Most of the deity race's resources came from there, and this was the richest production area they occupied. After seeing this scene, some people from the race felt their vision go black, and they were furious and irritable. The person in charge of this area fainted and lost consciousness. He knew he was done for and that his race wouldn't let him off. This was a major dereliction of duty. All the evolvers who saw this scene were shocked. This was piercing through the sky. There were people who dared to set off fireworks on the deity race's planet. They were too bold. However, this matter wasn't over yet. In the depths of the starry skies, a relatively small vital star in the deity race's youth training base suddenly disintegrated. It was blown up. Swoosh! Every evolver who saw this scene was shocked. This was piercing through the sky. There were people who dared to set off fireworks on the deity race's planet. They were too bold. However, this matter wasn't over yet. In the depths of the starry skies, the deity race's youth training base, a relatively small vital star, suddenly disintegrated and exploded. At this point, Uncle Ming entered the spaceship with an umbrella. Then, they disappeared from the sea of stars. Not long after, a huge black foot descended and trampled on the starry skies. The incoming entity was boundless. Just one of his toes was much bigger than a planet. He stood upright in the universe like a primal chaos demon god. Before long, a giant black foot descended and trampled on the starry skies. The incoming entity was boundlessly large. Just one of his toes was bigger than a planet. He stood in the cosmos like a primal chaos demon god. The deity race's big shot had arrived. A heaven illuminator, the race's ancestor, had arrived. He could see through the universe and sense that something had happened here. He immediately rushed over to capture Uncle Ming's remnant aura and perform a divination in order to ferret out the culprit. Buzz! The cosmos rumbled. People saw the giant black body suddenly erupt with golden light as it looked down on the starry skies in search of Uncle Ming's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. He couldn't divine the enemy's whereabouts. The light on the deity race's ancestor's body dimmed. In the end, only a black silhouette was left here, swallowing the starry skies. That day, countless people in this galaxy trembled. They felt that the end of the world had come, because a heaven illuminator like this had appeared. The deity race's ancestor couldn't find Uncle Ming. While the deity race was performing their divination, the Netherworld race had 8 resource planets explode and ignite. They transformed into inextinguishable flames that illuminated the cold, starry skies. At the same time, a secret base under the Netherworld race's rule and a small planet used to train Deathsworn exploded not long after. As before, a large hand swung the heavenly umbrella and directly blew it up. "Delightful," shouted Chu Feng. Even setting off fireworks wasn't as delightful as smashing a planet. That day, the Netherworld race was furious. The secret realm used to train Deathsworn had actually been exposed. There were many experts inside, including 2 quasi-saints. Just like that, they were smashed into smithereens and completely destroyed. The Netherworld race's ancestor descended. His terrifying figure oppressed the entire galaxy to the point of trembling. That enormous conjure body seemed to be standing on the river of time. It appeared in every era and was everywhere. His eyes were even bigger than the sun as he opened and closed them. He searched the world and gazed at the starry skies of the cosmos, but he couldn't find the person who had attacked. Boom! 10 resource planets of the Shilin race exploded. A relatively small vital planet that they had secretly occupied and completely developed into their own territory was also smashed with a single slap. There were originally some natives on this planet, but they had all been dealt with in secret after being occupied by the Shilin race. The Shilin race was now migrating and occupying this place. Today, this planet exploded and was smashed by a single slap from Uncle Ming. The Shilin race suffered heavy losses. The Shilin race's former army commander, the man who had betrayed ancient Earth, Wei Shilin, immediately rushed into the sky. He sensed something from the Shilin planet and charged toward the site of the incident. Now, he was already a heaven illuminator. Next, the 9th in history, Wei Heng, also followed him. Unfortunately, Uncle Ming's traces were nowhere to be found when they arrived. Moreover, they couldn't deduce anything. The attack on the 3 races seemed slow, but it actually happened within a limited period of time. Uncle Ming didn't stop and went on a killing spree in the three races' territories. The starry skies ruled by the three races were adjacent to each other. It was as if Uncle Ming had gone from one place to another, so he didn't spend too much time. On this day, the entire cosmos was shaken by a series of events. The impact of this series of events was too great. Someone was attacking the three great races. In particular, there was the deity race of the 10 greats among them. This was a major event that shocked the starry skies. How crazy was this? Dozens of planets belonging to the three great races were lit up as fireworks. They blossomed one after another and illuminated the dark cosmos. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Crazy, too crazy. Someone lit up the firecrackers, and it was so deafening that it almost scared me to death. I've been in seclusion for 300 years and cultivated the immovable heart of a bright monarch, but in the end, I almost wet my pants. Is this a demonic god that ran out from the primal chaos? He dares to attack the deity race and also provoke the netherworld race and the Shilin race. This is equivalent to plucking dragon scales with his bare hands. In the starry skies, some old monsters cried out in alarm. They were quite frightened. For a moment, the Origin Beast platform and the Black Blood Arena's live-streaming platforms reacted immediately and followed up with reports. The entire starry skies were boiling. Which big shot is this? Slap after slap smashed dozens of resource planets belonging to the three great races. This isn't just destroying their territories. It's also a slap to the three races' faces. There wasn't a single evolver who wasn't in an uproar. They were all shocked to the point of no doubt. Many people didn't believe the news when it first came out. However, some people captured the scene and recorded it. Moreover, many people witnessed it personally and came out to verify it. Immediately, all races were in an incomparably clamorous uproar. A god, so fierce. The deity race's ancient ancestor was alarmed and immediately charged over, but in the end he pounced on empty air. The Netherworld race's ancient ancestor and the Shilin race's ancient legion commander, Wei Shilin, were also infuriated. This caused their star systems to tremble, and everyone was scared. In the end, it was all in vain, and they didn't discover anything. That day, more detailed information arrived, and everyone was in heated discussion. The deity race was about to cough up blood because there were some good saplings on the planet where their youth training base was used to nurture young experts. They could be considered seed-level experts. The base these people were on was a small planet. Uncle Ming used the heavenly umbrella to turn it into flying ash, and everyone died. Among them, there were direct descendants and some disciples of saints, but they all died tragically just like that. Some of the deity race's saints had been waiting for Uncle Ming and the others for many days. They opened their pockets everywhere, waiting for them to appear, but in the end, it was such a terrifying outcome. The deity race's saints were simply going crazy. The Netherworld race and the Shilin race were the same. The saints of the two races roared and cracked some small planets. They were close to going crazy. Not to mention the resource planets. Just the Netherworld race's secret training ground for Deathsworn, and one of the Shilin race's immigrant planets were destroyed just like that. The number of dead and injured experts was too many to count. Uncle Ming, Chong Ming, I'm going to skin you alive and burn you into a sky lantern. Wei Heng's roar shook the starry sky. The saints of each race sensed Uncle Ming's remnant aura at the scene of the incident, but couldn't find him. Even the Heaven Illuminators had no way to deduce his whereabouts. They were furious, but helpless. I'll accompany you to watch the meteor shower. In a remote starry region close to the edge of the universe, close to the primal chaos zone, Chu Feng was singing a little tune in a leisurely and carefree manner. Uncle Ming, on the other hand, was drinking wine. Every time he drank a cup, he would pour another cup into the starry sky. He was toasting his old friends who had died. The grief and anger in Uncle Ming's heart had been released and lightened by quite a bit during this shocking attack. Young lady, she was writing in her diary. Celestial Emperor's calendar. Year 9,876,352, February. Fireworks blossomed in the netherworld. A meteor shower filled the sky. The heaven illuminators danced, the ghost saints howled, and the whole world celebrated. Chapter 671. The Black Gladiator Arena's comprehensive strength was tyrannical. It was involved in many fields such as fights, live broadcasts, and auctions. It was a very ancient and terrifying orthodoxy in the universe. Of course, it was more like a universal company now. Its waters were very deep and not much weaker than the Wormhole Express Company. Recently, the Black Blood auction platform under the Black Blood Gladiator Arena announced to the public that it would be holding a grand auction that involved some rare treasures. For a moment, news was flying everywhere. Some people said that the final auction item was a divine medicine. Moreover, it was a great medicine bestowed by the heavens that could double one's lifespan. As soon as the news came out, the circle of saints was in an uproar. Some saints who had survived since ancient times came into being one after another. Later on, some people said that the final auction item was a breathing technique that was brought back from the broken universe in the primal chaos. It was comparable to the top 10 breathing techniques. There were many rumors about breathing techniques in this world. One of them was that the top 10 breathing techniques all came from the broken universe in the primal chaos. Some people denied the rumors and said that the real final auction items were a few creatures from the Yang realm. This involved a shocking secret. The Black Blood auction platform hadn't announced the final auction items yet. However, some of the other auction items had already been printed into booklets and sent to the relevant important customers to be revealed in advance. For a moment, great waves were stirring in various parts of the universe. After all, the Black Blood Gladiator Arena was almost on par with the Wormhole Express Company. Its influence was extremely great, and the auction companies under them were naturally famous. Oh my, a divine item! The Divine Dragonmon's spatial staff has appeared. It's definitely a divine treasure. Back then, Mon shook the ancient times and was too famous. People everywhere were shaken. They learned about some of the treasures from the circulating booklets, and their expressions changed. This was indeed a grand auction event. The Divine Dragonmond was evolved from a fire lizard and finally became a peerless saint. He was only one step away from becoming a heaven illuminator. Unfortunately, when he was trying to break through to this realm in ancient times, his divine flames soared into the sky and caused him to turn into ashes. His life weapon was a staff inscribed with spatial order runes. It was exceptionally powerful, and few could contend against it as long as a heaven illuminator didn't come out. People sighed inwardly. This level of auction was really shocking. It was very likely that it was specially prepared for saint-level evolvers, because everything was good. It was expected that the customers who received the notice this time were all important people. For different levels, the Black Blood auction platform would also be selective in the invitation letters sent. Of course, they would also reserve enough seats for non-members. After all, not all powerful evolvers were their members. In the cosmos, many experts from various races were getting restless. They wanted to attend this event. As for the young people of the various races, they all wanted to obtain a place, to follow the sage, to broaden their horizons, and see the world. They're trying to stir up trouble. There are a few sacred objects with very special origins. People naturally discovered that a few of the saint-grade materials, such as the fire bear skin, the black tiger bone, and the heavenly spirit bone, were all related to the planet that was once ranked 11th. Soon, people understood that these were the few saints who had been killed from ancient times to modern times. Some of them were saints on Earth, and some were experts who were on good terms with them. Although Earth has declined and is no longer a threat, auctioning off the divine bones and sacred skin of some saints is still a bit too much, someone said in a low voice. In the circle of saints, there were no lasting secrets. If they wanted to know the inside story, they could naturally find out easily. The auction item entrusted by Wei Hong. This is a targeted auction. People realized that Wei Hong was doing this on purpose. He was insulting Earth's predecessors. He had personally killed some of the saints and was now digging them up to be auctioned off. Many people knew that his youngest son, Wei Tiansheng, had been killed by someone, and Uncle Ming had been rescued by that person. This had infuriated him, and he was now opposing him with equal harshness. But even though Earth had declined, many people still shook their heads. They felt that it was unlikely that a deal would be struck. That was because ordinary people weren't willing to bid for the remains of a group of people with great origins. Earth was once very glorious. Back then, the group of saints moved unhindered through the starry skies, quelling unrest and settling disputes. They had so many good karma. Moreover, the fox mourned the death of the rabbit. Ordinary saints were more willing to bid for natural sacred materials such as divine gold, sacred trees, and strange stones. They weren't willing to purchase the remains of their own kind. After all, everyone had to die. Putting themselves in others' shoes, if they were to be dug out one day after they passed away, their skin and fur would be peeled off, and their sacred bones would be pulled out to be auctioned off. Just thinking about that kind of situation was unbearable. However, there were people who immediately announced that they would participate in the auction. An evolver at the transformation realm from the Netherworld race, the race's divine son of the previous generation and one of the most popular candidates to become a saint in the future, Uruahai, directly announced that he wanted to auction the sacred black tiger bone to refine his physique. He wanted to break through and become a golden body expert to strengthen his body. The black tiger bone's baleful aura is the strongest. This is a good item, and there's nothing better than using it to temper one's body. Moreover, if we can grind a bit of bone powder every day and consume it daily, we can naturally strengthen our muscles and bones. To us, this is a rare treasure. Once these words were spoken, many people naturally began to discuss spiritedly. Uruahai's words were somewhat true, but they were also ostentatious and overly arrogant. With his strength at the transformation realm, unless he could withstand the baleful aura of the sacred black tiger bone from a distance, he would absolutely be courting death. As for grinding some bone powder, he couldn't even think about it unless he had the help of a saint. People knew that the Netherworld race was on good terms with the Shilin clan. Moreover, in ancient times, the two races along with the deity race had annihilated that group of people on Earth together. Now, that Wei Hung was auctioning something. They were expressing their support. Soon after, an evolver at the transformation realm from the deity race also said, "Oh, the fire bear skin isn't bad. This kind of sacred material is very rare. If it can be sewn into a pair of bearskin boots, it'll be quite good, and one can move unhindered in all directions." Naturally, this was also expressing their support for the Shilin clan. This person was called Luo Ming, and he was a direct descendant of the race. He was also a seed-level expert and would soon enter the golden body realm. Clearly, Luo Ming's calm words carried contempt. This was an insult to a saint who had passed away. Back then, the Firebear Saint was also an outstanding hero. He had moved unhindered throughout the universe, quelled chaos in many places, and helped many people. He was a good person. However, right now, a mere member of the younger generation wanted to make shoes out of his fur and step on it. This was an extremely serious humiliation. Luo Ming, Uruahai, are you people courting death? Or are you courting death? On a planet, Chu Feng paced back and forth. He really wanted to kill these people. They were too arrogant. They actually dared to be so arrogant just because they relied on their clan as a powerful backer. He knew that they must have received their clan support. Chu Feng could understand Uncle Ming's mood. It must be very unbearable to see the corpses of his old friends who had gone through life and death together being dug out from the ground and auctioned off like this. They were humiliated by the younger generation. Chu Feng felt that it would be a great tragedy if he were to experience such a thing in his later years. If yellow cattle, Linoi, and the black yak were killed by enemies and their corpses were auctioned off for humiliation, he reckoned he would go mad. From this, it could be seen that Uncle Ming was restraining himself. His temper was sufficiently good. Even though his body occasionally trembled and his fists were tightly clenched, he didn't roar in anger. But Chu Feng knew that he must be suffering in his heart. Go and kill them. They've gone too far. Chu Feng said. That was because even he couldn't stand it if this went on, not to mention Uncle Ming. A group of once all-powerful friends had fallen to such a tragic end. Uncle Ming's chest rose and fell. His breathing was rough, and two dragon-shaped chi pillars were going in and out his mouth and nose. He was suppressing his emotions and said, "Those people want to hurt me and force me to go out and fight with them. They're preparing to ambush me." Chu Feng asked Shi, "Do you think Uncle Ming can use the heavenly umbrella to kill Wei Hong without a heaven illuminator? Logically speaking, he should be able to succeed. But I heard that this Wei Hong seems to be extraordinary. I'm afraid there will be some variables." She was very cautious. She sympathized with Uncle Ming and didn't want him to take the risk. Chu Feng said, "Then go and kill Luo Ming and Yu Ruohai. Don't talk about bullying the weak. Since these two dare to stand out and humiliate the saints, then we'll start with them and kill them in front of everyone." He was mainly worried that Uncle Ming would be depressed and prone to problems. That was why he wanted to help him vent his anger. But then he frowned and said, "I'm afraid this is also a trap." Uncle Ming sighed. "I reckon there are saints around these two, and they're waiting for us to come knocking." He understood the Shilin clan, the deity race, and the Netherworld race's way of doing things. "I can't vent my anger. It's really unpleasant." Chu Feng felt sullen. The deity race, the Shilin clan, and the Netherworld race were too powerful. He felt like he was being held back in all aspects. At this time, Uncle Ming's expression was cold and murderous. His temperament had changed greatly. The barefooted aren't afraid of the barefooted. Do they really think I'm a vegetarian? They're big and powerful. I won't deal with the obvious targets, but I can visit the other people from their clans one by one. Uncle Ming had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. To be able to live until now, he naturally wasn't a simple good person. He wouldn't be lenient when it was time to attack. He was prepared to attack some of the clan's industries and related planets. He wanted to make them feel a piercing pain. "Lady," she said, "Uncle Ming, be careful. These clans can't be waiting for you to show up and take revenge, right? I think they might have mobilized a heaven illuminator." Uncle Ming nodded and said, "That should be the case. They want to pay a bloody price and wait for me to hunt them down. Then, a heaven illuminator will arrive at the scene of the incident. Even if they can't stop me, they'll make deductions based on my remaining aura. Because the incident happened in such a short time, they have a certain chance of finding my location. All the more reason not to go." Chu Feng's expression changed. These clans were indeed very sinister. Uncle Ming said, "No matter. I feel that this umbrella is very special. Perhaps it can conceal my aura. When the time comes, even a heaven illuminator won't be able to deduce everything about me." He was referring to Lady Shi's heavenly umbrella. Lady Shi frowned and said, "This is a primordial divine object. Theoretically, it can indeed conceal heaven's secrets, but it's not invincible. My grandfather said that if the enemy also has a primordial divine object, they might reveal a wisp of heaven's secrets. It's not necessarily safe." Uncle Ming was silent. He had a broken primordial divine object back then, but it was later destroyed, causing his situation to become increasingly difficult. Chu Feng was moved. He thought of the stone box and was very confident in it. This thing could definitely conceal heaven's secrets. It was very effective. He said, "Uncle Ming, I'll hide in the starry sky now. Try to find my whereabouts." "Huh?" Uncle Ming was surprised and slightly puzzled. Then they began to experiment. Chu Feng disappeared from the starry sky. Uncle Ming searched for him immediately and continuously deduced. Even with his identity as an ancient saint, he actually couldn't find Chu Feng. One had to know that the other party had just left not long ago. "How is it?" Chu Feng asked after he returned. "Very good. The thing you have on you is very useful." Uncle Ming's eyes lit up. "Very good. Let's go and do some big things. We'll make them suffer the consequences." Chu Feng rubbed his palms together. "Yes, let's go and set off some fireworks first. Then we'll go and start a massacre," Uncle Ming said. The so-called fireworks were naturally referring to setting a planet on fire. "Let's go and set off fireworks." Lady Shi was eager to see the world in chaos. Finally, she stared at Chu Feng's stone box and said, "Lowly Chu, what kind of artifact is this? Where did you get it?" "It's an item passed down from my ancestors. I dug it out from my family's homestead," Chu Feng said righteously. Then he changed the topic and said, "Uncle Ming, after we set off fireworks, we'll go and start a massacre and cause chaos. I reckon the Shilin clan, deity race, and netherworld race will be badly battered. They won't use saints to protect Luo Ming, Yurua Hai, and the others. When the time comes, hand them over to me. I'll behead them all and record it at the same time. I'll sell it to the live streaming platform and let those races smash their own feet with a rock. It'll deal a blow to their own morale. That's fine too. Kill those people and humiliate the deceased saints on the mother planet. Those people don't need to live anymore." Uncle Ming nodded and said, "After we cause chaos, I'll take you to the secret grounds of those races and seize their fortunes. This will help you build the most solid foundation and enter the Cloud Eater realm. We'll use the enemy's resources to nurture you." Chapter 672. They said they were going to set off fireworks, but they dilly-dallied and even left halfway, staying on a bustling planet. In Uncle Ming's words, the Shilin clan and the deity race were waiting for them. Uncle Ming decided to temper the troops of these races first, just like how he would temper an eagle. He would tire out both physically and mentally. The number of heaven illuminators can be counted, and any one of them is a big shot in the universe. Their time is precious, and it's unrealistic to make them squat in one place to guard. It's too degrading to them and a kind of blasphemy. Uncle Ming reckoned that there might be a heaven illuminator overlord waiting for them to appear. Rather than that, they would first temper him until he couldn't take it anymore and left. Then they would appear. They descended on a planet where technological civilization and evolutionary civilization were advancing side by side. The strange buildings were like mushroom bundles constructed of special materials. Moreover, most of them were situated between famous mountains and rivers, and the surrounding scenery was beautiful. "Boss, do you have a sage suite?" Chu Feng shouted. The so-called sage suite was equivalent to the presidential suite on Earth. Now, he could speak the universal language of the universe's powerful races with great proficiency. His tongue was especially smooth. Yes, a graceful beauty was smiling sweetly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Her blue dress made her look slender and elegant. Behind her, 3 snow-white foxtails were swaying back and forth. This was a 3-tailed demon fox. She was bright and moving, and her eyes were pure at first glance. Upon closer inspection, her temperament was naturally charming. Chu Feng found it pleasing to the eye. They stayed here for half a month, and the auction under the banner of the Black Blood Arena wasn't far away. During this time, they had been checking the territories of several races on the photon computer and choosing the target to attack. Half a month of tempering the eagle was indeed very effective. A certain heaven illuminator overlord in the starry skies retreated with a cold snort. That day, many people in that starry domain felt their hearts palpitate. The saints of the Shilin clan, deity race, netherworld race, and Een Sparrow race were rather unwilling in private. They waited for half a month, but nothing happened. These days, Chu Feng and the others had successfully finished scouting. They began to enjoy the delicacies on this planet and enjoy the beautiful scenery of famous mountains and rivers. They were very carefree and at ease. "It's about time. We should move." After leaving this place, Lady Shi immediately drove the spaceship towards the sun to replenish its energy. She felt that the yang energy was not very sufficient. Along the way, Lady Shi had charged into many stars and absorbed enough energy. This was very astonishing. One time, in a relatively remote place, when the spacecraft was absorbing energy, the small sun seemed to dim for a moment. The netherworld is just bad. The energy isn't pure, and there are too many impurities in the Een energy. It needs to be purified. Sigh. Lady, she complained. In the end, they moved out and began their crazy operation on this day. After lying dormant for half a month, an earth-shattering storm erupted on this day. 12 of the deity race's resource-rich planets exploded in a short period of time, shaking the starry skies. They were detonated almost at the same time, giving rise to a terrifying radiance of nuclear energy that illuminated the starry skies. Even if they were very far away, standing in the gloomy sky and gazing at that starry land, they would still be able to see the brilliant light. 12 exceptionally splendid fireworks soared up in the dark cosmos. It was extremely bewitching and beautiful, but it was also fatal. Many of the deity race's resources were exported from there. This was the richest production area they occupied. After seeing this scene, some of the people from the race felt their vision go dark. They were furious and irritable. The person in charge of this area immediately fainted and lost consciousness. He knew he was done for and that his race wouldn't let him off. This was a major dereliction of duty. All the evolvers who saw this scene were shocked. This was piercing through the sky. There were people who dared to set off fireworks on the deity race's planet. They were too audacious. However, this matter wasn't over yet. In the depths of the starry skies, a relatively small vital planet in the deity race's youth training base suddenly disintegrated. It had been blown up by someone. Swoosh! At this point, Uncle Ming entered the spaceship with an umbrella in hand. Then, they disappeared from this part of the starry skies. Boom! Before long, a giant black foot descended and trampled on the starry skies. The incoming entity was boundlessly vast. Just one of his toes was much larger than a planet. He towered in the cosmos like a primal chaos demon god. A powerhouse of the deity race had arrived. A heaven illuminator, their race's ancient ancestor, had descended. He could see through the universe and sense that something had happened here. He immediately rushed over to capture Uncle Ming's remnant aura and carried out a divination in order to ferret out the culprit. Buzz! The cosmos rumbled. People saw that giant black body suddenly flourish with golden light as it overlooked this part of the starry skies in search of Uncle Ming's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. He couldn't divine the enemy's whereabouts. The light on the deity race's ancient ancestor's body dimmed. In the end, only a black silhouette was left here, swallowing the sea of stars. That day, countless people in this galaxy trembled. They felt that the end of the world had come because a heaven illuminator like this had appeared. The deity race's ancient ancestor couldn't find Uncle Ming. While the deity race was making their divination, the netherworld race had 8 resource planets explode and ignite. They transformed into inextinguishable flames that illuminated the cold, starry skies. At the same time, a secret base under the netherworld race's rule, an asteroid used to train Deathsworn, exploded not long after. As before, a large hand swung the heavenly umbrella and directly blew it up. Delightful, shouted Chufeng. Even setting off fireworks wasn't as delightful as directly smashing a planet. That day, the netherworld race was furious. The secret realm used to train Deathsworn had actually been exposed. There were many experts inside, including 2 quasi-saints. Just like that, they were smashed into smithereens and completely destroyed. The netherworld race's ancient ancestor descended. His terrifying figure oppressed this part of the galaxy to the point of trembling. That enormous conjured body seemed to be standing on the river of time. It appeared in every era and was everywhere. When his eyes opened and closed, his eyeballs were even larger than the sun. He searched the world and gazed at the starry skies of the cosmos, but he couldn't find the person who had attacked. Boom! The Shilling clan's 10 resource planets exploded. The relatively small vital planet they had secretly occupied and completely developed into their territory was also smashed with a single slap. There were originally some natives on this planet, but they had all been dealt with in secret after being occupied by the Shilling clan. The Shilin clan was now migrating and occupying this place. Today, this planet exploded and was smashed by Uncle Ming with a single slap. The Shilin clan's losses were disastrous. The Shilin clan's army commander back then, the man who had betrayed ancient Earth, Wei Shilin, immediately rushed into the sky. He had sensed something on the Shilin planet and charged toward the site of the incident. Now, he was already a heaven illuminator. Next, the ninth in history, Wei Heng, also followed. Unfortunately, Uncle Ming's traces were nowhere to be found when they arrived. Moreover, they couldn't deduce anything. The attack on the three races seemed slow, but it actually happened within a limited period of time. Uncle Ming didn't stop and went on a killing spree in the three races' territories. The starry skies ruled by the three races were adjacent to each other. It was as if Uncle Ming had gone from one place to another, so he didn't spend too much time. On this day, the entire cosmos was shaken by a series of events. The impact of this series of events was too great. Someone was attacking the three great races. In particular, there was the deity race of the top 10 among them. This was a major event that shocked the starry skies. How crazy was this? Dozens of planets belonging to the three great races were lit up as fireworks. They blossomed one after another and illuminated the dark cosmos. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Crazy, too crazy. Someone lit up the firecrackers, and it was so deafening that it almost scared me to death. I've been in seclusion for 300 years and cultivated the immovable heart of a bright monarch. But in the end, I almost wet my pants. Is this a demonic god that ran out from the primal chaos? He dared to attack the deity race and also provoke the netherworld race and the Shilin clan. This is tantamount to plucking dragon scales with his bare hands. In the starry skies, some old monsters cried out involuntarily. They were quite frightened. For a moment, the Origin Beast platform and the Black Blood Arena's live-streaming platforms reacted immediately and followed up with reports. The entire starry skies were boiling over. Which big shot is this? Slap after slap smashed dozens of resource planets belonging to the three great races. This isn't just destroying their territories, it's also a slap to the three races' faces. There wasn't a single evolver who wasn't in an uproar. They were all shocked to the point of no doubt. Many people didn't believe the news when it first came out. However, some people captured the scene and recorded it. Moreover, many people witnessed it personally and came out to verify it. Immediately, all races were in an incomparably clamorous uproar. A god, so fierce, even the deity race's ancient ancestor was alarmed. He immediately charged over, but in the end, he pounced on empty air. The Netherworld race's ancient ancestor and the Shilin clan's ancient legion commander, Wei Shilin, were also infuriated. This caused their star systems to tremble, and everyone was scared. In the end, it was all in vain. They didn't discover anything. That day, more detailed information arrived, and everyone was in heated discussion. The deity race was about to vomit blood because there were some good saplings on the planet where their youth training base was used to nurture young experts. They could be considered seed-level experts. The base these people were on was a small planet. Uncle Ming used the heavenly umbrella to directly turn it into flying ash, and everyone died. Among them were direct descendants. Some of them were disciples of saints, but they all died tragically just like that. Some of the deity race's saints had been waiting for Uncle Ming and the others for many days. They opened their pockets everywhere, waiting for them to appear, but in the end, it was such a terrifying outcome. The deity race's saints were simply going crazy. The Netherworld race and the Shilin clan were the same. The saints of the two races roared and cracked some small planets. They were close to going crazy. Not to mention the resource planets. Just the Netherworld race's secret training ground for Deathsworn, and one of the Shilin clan's immigrant planets were destroyed just like that. The number of dead and injured experts was too many to count. Uncle Ming, Chong Ming, I'm going to skin you alive and burn you into a sky lantern. Wei Heng's roar shook the starry sky. The saints of each race sensed Uncle Ming's remnant aura at the scene of the incident, but they couldn't find him. Even the heaven illuminators couldn't divine it. They were furious, but helpless. I'll accompany you to watch the meteor shower. In a remote starry region, close to the edge of the universe, close to the primal chaos zone, Chu Feng was singing a little tune in the spaceship. He was carefree and relaxed. Uncle Ming, on the other hand, was drinking wine. Every time he drank a cup, he would pour another cup into the starry sky. He was toasting his old friends who had died. The grief and anger in Uncle Ming's heart had been released and lightened quite a bit in this shocking attack. Young lady, she was writing in her diary. Celestial Emperor's Calendar, year 9,876,352, February. Fireworks bloomed in the netherworld. A meteor shower filled the sky. The heaven illuminators danced, the ghost saints howled, and the whole world celebrated. Chapter 673. The universe was vast, and life was too insignificant. The latter was as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to a planet, not to mention a galaxy or a cosmic sea of stars. Even a number one expert in history couldn't explore the universe. There were bound to be some forgotten and isolated areas. The universe wasn't that big. Within the interstellar network, any piece of news could quickly spread to every major galaxy and appear on every vital planet. The planets occupied by the deity race, Shilin clan, and netherworld race blossomed like fireworks. They lit up the pitch-black sky, broke the silence of the 10 greats, and pierced through the firmament. The news spread throughout the starry skies. The evolvers on every vital planet were dumbfounded. The whole world was shocked. The impact of this matter was too great. It engulfed the universe, stirred up everywhere, and blew up dozens of planets. How unrestrained and wild was this? Within the deity race and Shilin clan, the evolvers were secretly apprehensive. Some people felt a chill from head to toe. The seemingly powerful races could actually be attacked. Even with the deterrence of a heaven illuminator, others still dared to attack. In the past, such a large-scale attack would be sensed by the ancestors of their races. They would chase them down and exterminate the entire starry skies to intimidate them. But today, that person had escaped. The powerhouses of the 3 races came out of seclusion and deduced in silence, but to no avail. This wasn't a good thing for the ruling races of the universe. If other powerful rogue cultivators who had suffered unfair treatment in the universe followed suit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only the deity race, but the other 9 races were also trembling with fear. They were secretly on guard and strengthened their defenses. It could be said that the impact of this matter was too great. The Origin Beast platform had long since boiled over. This was a heated debate in the starry skies. In the end, the deity race, netherworld race, and Shilin clan exerted their influence together to suppress it. Even the people from the 10 greats had appeared. There was also the netherworld race, a quasi-supreme race ranked 11th. Who would dare provoke them? In the end, the impact of this matter was suppressed quite a bit. At the very least, the reports on many platforms were reduced to small matters, and many were even withdrawn. At first, some of the reports raised very sharp questions. From a different perspective, they asked why the 3 races were attacked, and that they should reflect on it. Naturally, such articles weren't left. However, there was no end to the private discussions. Everyone in the starry skies knew that the deity race, Shilin clan, and netherworld race had been utterly humiliated. They had been lit like firecrackers and destroyed dozens of planets. Only at this point did the deity race, Shilin clan, and netherworld race reflect and regret. Their saint had been waiting to ambush and kill Chongming, thinking that he would attack the provocateurs, Yu Ruohai and Luo Ming. In the end, they discovered that Uncle Ming's boldness was much greater than they had imagined. They realized that Chongming didn't care about the 2 juniors at all. The so-called geniuses and seated experts who would become saints in the future weren't even in Chongming's eyes. He directly went to set off firecrackers, causing them to tremble in fear from head to toe. Several days later, the saints of the three races dispersed, their spirits waning. They had prepared so well, but in the end, it was all for naught. Instead, they were trampled on by others. This result made them feel depressed, and they almost vomited blood. For a moment, Luo Ming and Yu Ruahai were free. They were no longer protected by saints. This made them secretly heave a sigh of relief. During these days, the two of them were quite nervous. One said he would use the Flaming Bear Saint's leather to make combat boots, while the other said he would bid for the black tiger bone, grind it into powder, and eat it every day to strengthen his muscles and bones. This kind of enmity was too strong. It made them feel uneasy, afraid that the remnants in the dark would attack and kill them. Now, they could return to their races and no longer walk in the outside world. They no longer needed to be lighthouses and targets in the dark. This made them feel at ease. In truth, everyone had made a mistake. The saints of the deity race, Netherworld race, and Shilin clan felt that Uncle Ming was quite bold. Thus, they lit the firecrackers and didn't care about the arrogant juniors who had come to provoke them. After Uncle Ming finished setting off the firecrackers, Chu Feng was ready to take action. He wanted to settle accounts with Luo Ming and Yu Ruahai. These two were too arrogant. They actually dared to humiliate the saints of their mother planet. He wanted to take action. The universe was vast, and there were always some special regions that people found hard to understand. The chaotic divine sea was a sea floating in the starry skies. The azure liquid was like an aurora in the night sky. From time to time, it would soar with beams of light and illuminate the dark sky. No one could clearly say how it was formed. This sea was very large and surpassed many planets. It was located within the deity race's territory. Moreover, it could be considered a region of the deity race's power. They had already expanded here hundreds of thousands of years ago. Now, it could be considered their inner sea. It could be said that this was their rear. Generally speaking, it was absolutely safe here. External powers wouldn't infiltrate or come too close. After the cosmic fireworks blossomed for many days, the situation gradually calmed down under the strong suppression of the major races. Luo Ming finally relaxed. He came to the chaotic divine sea to rest and reorganize. At the same time, he participated in a private gathering of geniuses. These were all races with good relations with the deity race. They would hold a gathering of geniuses every year, and the evolvers involved were all experts at the transformation realm. All of them were already within sight of the golden body. After many years, this had become a tradition. These friendly races would take turns to hold it, and this year, it was the deity race's turn. The location of the gathering was set in the chaotic divine sea. This was a secret that hadn't been announced in advance. However, even under such circumstances, a spaceship still approached them silently. It was an uninvited guest. Chu Feng and the others had arrived and entered the chaotic divine sea. At this time, Chu Feng had already realized that Uncle Ming's network was very deep. He might have a spy within the deity race. Otherwise, how could he have found this place so quickly? Even if it's a ghost sea, I have to say that this sea is very beautiful. Lady, she sighed in admiration. In front of them, the chaotic divine sea was an intoxicating blue. It was sparkling and translucent as it stretched across the cosmos. This was very unreal. There were actually no planets in this region, only a sea. Newton's coffin is about to collapse. This isn't scientific. Chu Feng mumbled. In truth, which of these things he had experienced was scientific? He was just sighing with emotion and felt that this kind of miraculous scene was inconceivable. The blue sea was boundless. Not to mention planets. Not even a piece of jade or a speck of cosmic dust could be seen. There was only sparkling seawater. The seawater is calm, peaceful, and even beautiful. But it was actually very dangerous back then. Do you know why it's called the chaotic divine sea? Uncle Ming sighed. That's because the sudden appearance of this sea brought disaster to the deity race. It led to the fall of their ancestor hundreds of thousands of years ago and shook the heaven and earth. "It's that terrifying?" Chu Feng was astonished. The ancestor of the deity race was definitely a supreme heaven illuminator, one of the top experts in the cosmos. In truth, it's even more terrifying than you can imagine. It's said that the few heaven illuminators of the deity race all died. Only one was left, but they didn't dare make it public. In any case, after that battle, the deity race declined for a long time and their vitality was greatly damaged. Previously, they could rank within the top 6, but after that battle, they couldn't recover and fell to 10th place. They never got up again. Uncle Ming's words shocked Lady Shi as she gazed at the sea. It's said that this sea poured out from a broken universe in the primal chaos, resulting in a catastrophic outcome. Unfortunately, Uncle Ming didn't know the details. The secret of that period had been sealed by the deity race. They entered the chaotic divine sea and saw a few scattered islands. They finally understood why there weren't any planets in the vicinity. That was because they were all in the sea. The islands in the blue sea were planets. Some of the broken planets were floating on the surface of the sea, while others were faintly visible in the sea. Other than that, there were many broken warships in the sea. Occasionally, skeletons and giant trees could be seen, revealing the bitterness of the battle back then. Many heaven illuminators had died here, and more than one of them. But in the end, the deity race had pacified this place and made it their inner sea. Scarlet Mist Island. Back then, the Scarlet Mist planet was an extremely beautiful vital star. However, after the battle 500,000 years ago, it sank into the chaotic divine sea, leaving only a part of it on the surface of the sea. This time, the evolvers from various races who were on good terms with the deity race had gathered here. It had to be said that the island's scenery was indeed outstanding. The giant mountains were majestic, the cliffs were soul-stirring, and the divine waterfall fell from the sky. Mist filled the sky, and scarlet light rose. In a pure land of green grass, heroes gathered. They were all very strong, and many of them were close to the golden body realm. After cultivating for a period of time, they would definitely be reborn and achieve a golden body. A beautiful woman was playing the zither, and the tinkling sound of the music blended with the murmuring of the stream in the pine forest. It was inexplicably harmonious and made people feel at peace. She was born with the countenance of a flower and the moon. The peony fairy's zither skills are becoming more and more exquisite. Even the fishes in the stream have gathered to listen to the beautiful music. "Her skill is close to the Tao," someone exclaimed. The most important thing is that the peony fairy has cultivated for less than 50 years, yet she has already evolved to the late stage of the transformation realm. She has a chance of achieving a golden body. This is truly a heaven-bestowed talent. Another person sighed emotionally. Someone else complimented, "Yes, golden body experts under 50 years old are too rare in the entire starry sea. How many people can set foot so early? But the peony fairy has a chance." This was the truth. The Cloud Eater and Transformation realms required an evolver to spend a large amount of time accumulating and polishing. Only in this way could one ensure that they would be reborn and achieve a golden body one day. Otherwise, if the accumulation wasn't deep enough, how could they make themselves firm and indestructible when charging into the golden body realm? If the foundation wasn't enough, it would directly cause one's body to fall apart. Uncle Ming told Chu Feng not to rush to break through the window paper and enter the Cloud Eater realm. This was to prepare for him. He wanted him to go to one of the Shilin clan's secret realms to devour fortunes and accumulate incomparably vigorous strength. In the field, the peony fairy had bright eyes and white teeth. She was also a famous beauty in the starry skies. Her looks were outstanding, and some people ranked her among the top 100 of the starry skies beauties. Moreover, her cultivation speed was fast enough. She was a celebrity. At this moment, she smiled and said, "Everyone is overpraising me. Among us, who can compare to Brother Luo Ming in terms of innate talent and cultivation speed?" At this moment, a man wearing a sapphire blue gown smiled. He was elegant and handsome. He gently raised his cup and motioned to the peony fairy before draining it in one gulp. This was Luo Ming, an evolver of the deity race's transformation realm. As an outstanding character from the direct bloodline, he was one of the race's seed evolvers and was being nurtured with great importance. He was only 40 years old now, but he was already close to the late stage of the transformation realm. He was indeed outstanding. Brother Luo, you're a heaven-bestowed genius and possess the deity race's inheritance. We can only look up to you in the future. Yes, Brother Luo will seek the Saint Realm one day. At that time, don't forget us. Some people spoke up one after another, complimenting and toasting Luo Ming. Dao brothers, please don't regard us as outsiders. We're all on the same side. These words make me blush with shame. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Luo Ming replied with a smile. The surrounding scenery was beautiful. The grass was like a carpet. The pine forest in the distance was verdant, and the distant mountains were as dark as ink. I heard Brother Luo spoke big words not long ago. How bold. Someone spoke untimely and mentioned Luo Ming's humiliation of the Earth Saints. If it wasn't for Uncle Ming's shocking firecracker incident, Luo Ming's provocation would, without a doubt, make many people cast sidelong glances. But in the end, the deity race suffered a great loss. Now, someone was bringing up old matters again. This made Luo Ming's heart feel stifled. It wasn't a happy matter. Luo Ming snorted coldly and said, "It's just a remnant of the earth. My race can guess who it is. I've said before that I'll go to the Black Blood Arena's auction platform to bid for the Flaming Bear Saint's fur. I'll definitely go. When the time comes, I'll make a pair of combat boots and wear them every day." Luo Ming expressed his stance forcefully. Suddenly, there was a moment of silence. Many people stared into the distance. Luo Ming also raised his head and saw a person walking over. He was carrying an azure spear and was approaching this tranquil land. "Who are you? Why did you enter Scarlet Cloud Island without our invitation?" Luo Ming's eyes were sharp as he questioned. This was because those who should have come had long since arrived. Chapter 674. A young man walked over briskly, but he also made people feel pressured. This was an invisible pressure emanating from him. Everyone present revealed odd expressions. Just who dared to come to the scattered star seas and enter the deity race's backyard. He was simply too courageous. Everyone was staring at him. Chu Feng looked like he was in his teens. He had exquisite facial features and large, pure eyes. No matter how you looked at him, he was too young. He should have been harmless, but now he was emitting killing intent as he stared at Luo Ming. "Young man, this isn't a place for you to behave atrociously." Without waiting for Luo Ming to react, someone took the initiative to target Chu Feng and curry favor with the deity race. The one who spoke was also quite young, in his 20s. His brown hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were suffused with purple light as he stood up. In truth, everyone present was middle-aged and above. This was an exchange between evolvers at the transformation realm. How could there be any true young experts? He continued, "Which family child are you? Where are your elders? Didn't they teach you to respect your elders?" That was because he could clearly feel that Chu Feng was too young. A person's exuberant vitality, bone age, blood energy, and other overflowing auras were mixed together. It was difficult to fake. "It's none of your business. Go away," said Chu Feng. "Let your elders come out," said the brown-haired man. The brown-haired middle-aged man said. His purple eyes flickered with divine light as he stared at Chu Feng. A raging wave of energy pressed forward. "There's no need for an elder to come out. I can kill Luo Ming alone." Chu Feng replied calmly. He raised the azure spear and pointed it at the brown-haired man. "Don't use your energy to suppress me. Otherwise, not only will you be asking for trouble, but you'll also have to pay the price in blood." The brown-haired man's expression sank. "Everyone, did you hear that? A little boy in his teens dares to act impudently in front of us. What kind of place is this? The deity race's inner sea. Young man, have you lost your mind?" At this point, He took a step forward and stretched out a palm to grab forward. His palm and fingers glowed with auspicious light, emitting a terrifying energy. Bang! Chu Feng stabbed forward with the azure spear in his hand. It was a very casual strike, one that didn't even carry any smoke or fire. It was elegant and didn't use much strength. The brown-haired man sneered. His large hand didn't retreat, and he began to use a wonderful technique. Symbols circulated and twined around his palm and fingers. He wanted to seize the spear and suppress Chu Feng. However, something that horrified him happened. The various symbols around his palm were directly obliterated, and the energy barrier was even pierced through. With a PU sound, his palm was badly mangled. Under the azure flying spear, it was like a piece of paper easily pierced through and then exploded into a bloody mist. Sacred artifact? The brown-haired male retreated, a chill running down his back. Not only did his palm explode, even his right arm disappeared, destroyed by that spear. It should be known that his opponent didn't even activate the flying spear. He was the one who went up to meet it. What kind of power would the blue spear have once it was activated? Everyone turned to look at him in shock. This was the sacred weapon of Lady Xi's flying ship. Young man, how dare you behave atrociously in the deity race's inner sea? Do you think you can be lawless with just a sacred weapon? Luo Ming stood up. In truth, he was feeling somewhat uneasy. Everyone else also stood up and stared at this uninvited guest. Ancestor Luo ran. Please activate the domain. Luo Ming said directly. Apparently, Scarlet Cloud Island wasn't an ordinary place. Later generations often came here to gather, and there were domains protecting the island. Moreover, there were also experts on the island, such as Luo Ran, a half-saint who oversaw this place all year round. Luo Ming, is this all you've got? You want to activate the domain after seeing me and ask your ancestor for help? Actually, I came here to kill you alone. Chu Feng said calmly. The people here all revealed looks of surprise. This immature youth was too full of himself. He actually dared to kill the heaven-warping genius Luo Ming by himself. Of course, everyone could see that this youth wasn't an ordinary person. How could an ordinary child come out with a sacred weapon? Ding! Chu Feng shook his hand and threw the blue spear into the ground. Come, I won't use any sacred weapons. I'll kill you with my bare hands today. Impudent! Luo Ming's attendant shouted from behind him. The attendant felt that it was absurd. A teenager dared to kill Luo Ming, who was close to the Golden Body Realm. Even the attendant was a year or two older than Chu Feng. You're a remnant, Luo Ming said. He stared at the azure spear on the ground, and his heart sank. His eyes were deep as he took a deep breath and walked forward. At the same time, he winked at the people around him. His attendant and the others were already secretly contacting the outside world to report the situation. However, their expressions changed. Whether it was their photon computers or other communication devices, they had all lost contact with the outside world. It was as if they were cut off from the world. Luo Ming, you once said you would use the flaming bear saint's fur to make a pair of battle boots. You're insufferably arrogant. Do you have any last words? Chu Feng wasn't anxious at all as he slowly approached. As expected, it's you remnants. The ancient earth has already been destroyed. Today's cats and dogs won't amount to anything. They'll die early and be eliminated. Luo Ming's face was gloomy. He knew that today's matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. He also didn't plan to lower his stance, even though he was worried that a saint had arrived in secret. At this time, many people's expressions changed. Most of them were evolvers from the deity system and had close relationships with the deity race. I've come to demand an explanation for the flaming bear saint. Chu Feng pressed forward. You really want to fight me alone? Luo Ming's lips revealed a cold smile. Yes, me. Chu Feng was delicate and handsome beyond compare. He was even prettier than a girl. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were extremely clear. How daring! A teenage brat actually dared to barge into this gathering and act so insolently. At this time, another person spoke. In the end, he added, yes, it might also be a pretty little girl. He was laughing lightly, and speaking impudently. This race was the deity race's staunch ally. He was an expert from the flying centipede race, and was already an expert at the transformation realm. At first, Chu Feng was quite calm, but now his smile froze. What he hated the most at this stage was people saying that he looked like a girl. What gathering of geniuses! I think it's a radish gathering. A group of people are already dozens of years old, yet they've only achieved so little. No wonder you can't amount to anything. This young master will let you see what a heaven-bestowed genius is. I'll crush you all, shouted Chu Feng. He soared up and pounced toward the expert from the flying centipede race. Little bastard, you dare to be rude to me? You're still wet behind the ears. Go back to your mother's womb and drink milk. The flying centipede laughed loudly, but his eyes were incomparably cold. A long, pitch-black blade appeared in his hand and filled the air with a fishy smell. He hacked toward Chu Feng. He spoke casually, but when he attacked, he went all out. He wanted to crush Chu Feng with the power of the transformation realm. Crash! A scarlet monastic robe appeared on Chu Feng's body. There were also golden patterns flickering on it. This was the equality of all life monastic robe. Chu Feng had used his current domain methods and various rare materials to repair it. It was one level higher than before and could restrain evolvers 1 or 2 realms higher than him. The main reason was that his strength had improved greatly recently. He was no different from a Cloud Eater cultivator. Boom! Chu Feng circulated his breathing technique and used the resonance technique. He immediately launched a tyrannical punch and, with a clang, shook off the long blade. Ah, brat, your monastic robe is odd. Didn't you say you wanted to have a fair battle with me alone? Why are you using dishonest methods? The flying centipede didn't blush at all when he said these words. He spoke righteously and berated Chu Feng. Chu Feng said, "You're just an old fellow at the transformation realm. Aren't you ashamed to question me like this? The so-called fair battle with me alone is a contest of the same level. I'll let you see how I'll crush you if we're from the same generation." Chu Feng had rested for over 3 months under Uncle Ming's guidance and reached the great circle of the visualization realm. As long as he was willing, he could immediately become a Cloud Eater expert. Now, his strength couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Boom! He blasted out with his fist and used the resonance technique and the spiral technique. His hands shook and trembled like a mountain torrent, causing the flying centipede to roar furiously and spurt out blood from his mouth and nose. He was too unwilling. He was an expert at the transformation realm, yet he was injured by a teenager. Little bastard, hand over your life. The flying centipede roared angrily. He threw away his long blade and soared into the air. He transformed into a silver centipede with a pair of wings on his back and used his extreme speed to attack Chu Feng. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Chu Feng grasped the world's end near at hand. His speed was even faster as he leapt into the air and attacked from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Sound of collision could be heard in midair. In the end, there was a soft pfft as the flying centipede let out a blood-curdling screech. His body was torn apart inch by inch as he was killed in midair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without waiting for Chu Feng to land on the ground, 3 more experts rushed up under Luo Ming's signal. They were all in the transformation realm and pounced on Chu Feng together. This time, Chu Feng was still barehanded. He swallowed and spat out multicolored light as a large golden bell appeared outside his body. This was a technique he had evolved from the Xingyi 12 true forms. He had improved it with the robbery induction breathing technique and made use of it. The 3 of them couldn't penetrate the bell's wall. On the contrary, they were shaken to the point that their chi and blood were in turmoil. The monastic robe was taking effect and dragging down their realms. After several collisions and exchanging blows, the 3 of them roared helplessly amidst the sounds. In the end, they all exploded and were blown up alive in midair by Chu Feng. What gathering of geniuses! I think it's more like a radish meeting, Chu Feng said disdainfully as he landed on the ground. Then, he pointed at Luo Ming and the others and said, "If we were born in the same era, You're all just chickens and dogs in my eyes." Then he continued, "Even now, I might be able to kill you in a one-on-one battle of life and death without using the equality of all life robe. But I just want to see how weak you are when you're at the same level." These words were too good at attracting hatred. This was a group of evolvers with extraordinary achievements. They were hopeful of attaining the golden body after a few more years of cultivation. But in the end, they were looked down upon and ridiculed by a teenager. It was truly embarrassing. "Are you courting death? Puppy, you're too arrogant." The deity department's people berated him one after another. "What? You're not convinced? I'm talking about you guys. All of you are inferior goods, trash." Chu Feng sneered and then pointed at Luo Ming. "Get over here. Aren't you known as young and promising with peerless talents? Let me see how powerful you are." Luo Ming's expression was cold. He knew that something big had happened today. The remnants of the evil had arrived on the Scarlet Cloud Island in the chaotic Divine Sea. He sneered. "You're standing up for the fiery bear saint. That's just an old bear. Back then, his tendons and bones were pulled out and his flesh was eaten by Wei Hung and the saint of my race. What's there to hide? In fact, I want to use his fur to make boots." Saying such words at such a juncture was naturally intentional. He wanted to provoke Chu Feng, and sure enough, after seeing Chu Feng's tender little face change color, he decisively attacked. A golden rope appeared in his hand, and with a shake of his hand, he threw it out. This was the spirit binding rope. At this time, a dark red blade appeared in Chu Feng's hand. He had finally used a weapon and cut the spirit binding cord in half. "You're Chu Feng." At this time, Luo Ming was shaken. After seeing this blade, he immediately thought of that native on Earth. He had seen the picture his clansmen had sent back and had a deep impression of this blade. At this time, he stared at Chu Feng and saw that the latter's face was quite similar to that of that person on Earth. He immediately felt a headache coming. Had this native run out of Earth? He knew that there was definitely a saint helping him and bringing this brat along for training. Today, he was most likely going to use them as practice targets. What? He's Chu Feng. How is this possible? He's only in his teens. A native from a desolate planet already has such combat strength. All of you deserve to die. Chu Feng brandished his blade and charged forward. He wanted to experience the process of fighting these people and sharpen himself. One day, he would face a magnificent army. Now was the perfect time to test his blade. "Brat, you're courting death." The group of people berated. Some evolvers rushed out from behind Luo Ming. They were the guards stationed on the island. Additionally, some experts who had come to participate in the gathering also took action. They stood on Luo Ming's side and attacked Chu Feng. "Die, all of you!" Chu Feng pounced. In a flash, there was a rain of blood and a foul wind. No one could stop Chu Feng's long blade. After killing his way through, the guards were scattered. In addition, some of the people who had participated in the gathering were also killed. At this moment, he was like a young tiger descending the mountain and charging into a pack of wolves. He was incomparably brave and fierce. One of Luo Ming's arms flew up after being cut by the reincarnation blade. He was in unbearable pain and had no choice but to cut off a part of his body to prevent his body and soul from being corroded. The so-called astonishing talent and promising youth are nothing more than this. Chu Feng ridiculed him. He cut off Luo Ming's head with one slash and sent it flying. Meanwhile, the headless corpse fell to the ground with fresh blood gushing out. "Oh no!" Luo Ming shouted. He was both startled and furious. At the same time, he was incomparably terrified. He really didn't want to die, but he couldn't change anything now. Chu Feng leaped up and slashed down with his blade. The head that was being corroded by the reincarnation power was once again cut into two halves. It was impossible for him to survive. The others felt a chill run down their spine. This youth who looked like he was only in his teens was unleashing a massacre here. He killed one person every 10 steps. They simply couldn't resist. The so-called gathering of geniuses was nothing in front of this youth. It made them feel ashamed. Pooh, pu. Chu Feng slaughtered his way through. There were countless corpses lying behind him. The guards on the island were all killed in disorder. Soon after, they all died. In addition, more than half of the people who had come to participate in the gathering were either killed or injured. When Chu Feng stopped, there were many corpses lying on the ground. There were at least several hundred of them. The scene was somewhat terrifying. It was like a battlefield of Azura. Chapter 675. The group of evolvers who had survived looked at the youth in front of them in silence. He was too young, 14 or 15 years old, but he had almost slaughtered all of them. He was extremely cruel. But what could they do? This legendary native of Earth was so young and had amazing talent. However, this was somewhat inconsistent with what they had heard. Wasn't this person in his 20s? Why did he look so young? I say, you old geniuses really make things difficult for me. Should I kill you or not? Chu Feng frowned. He looked to be 14 or 15 years old. His beautiful face showed a thoughtful expression, but his big, clear eyes looked so pure. The group was speechless. He was called an old genius? Why was it so strange? Was this praise or sarcasm? Usually, they had always been regarded as rising stars. Who would say they were old? One had to know that it was very rare to achieve a golden body before the age of 50. No matter who saw them, they would think that they were young and promising and called them heroes. But now, it was too King depressing and indignant. However, they couldn't refute it. This cruel youth's little face was too tender. He could kill some of them at the age of 14 or 15. He was qualified to call them old geniuses. This really makes people feel a little sad, Chu Feng said again. The group of people felt pain in their livers. They actually wanted to say this, but this youth spoke first, making them speechless. Should I kill you or not? Chu Feng stared at these people as if he was examining prey. He suddenly became dangerous, and his eyes were like lightning. Chu Feng, fellow Taoist, we have no enmity with you. The peony fairy's long skirt dragged on the ground, and her black hair danced in the wind. She was beautiful and moving. She felt a little awkward. It was too strange to address a little brat as a fellow Taoist. Chu Feng looked at her with great interest and said, "You are the peony fairy, ranked in the top 100 of the list of beauties in the starry sky. You are about to achieve a golden body." His eyes were glowing, which made the peony fairy feel uncomfortable. The others were also awestruck. This kid's eyes seemed to be lecherous, which was not a good sign. Chu Feng said, "I've sold a lot of divine sons and saintesses on Earth, but I've never met one so powerful. If I were to auction them, I think they would definitely fetch a high price." The group of people was completely speechless. They had long since heard that this so-called Demon King Chu was a human trafficker, but now it seemed that he was crazy. His occupational disease was acting up again. He wanted to sell them out. The group of people felt their blood run cold. Sure enough, after Chu Feng examined the peony fairy, he went to look at the others, sizing them up one by one. Chu Feng sighed and said, "A saintess who is close to the golden body level. Her looks are outstanding, and she's ranked in the top 100. She can also be considered a celebrity in the sea of stars. To be honest, this should be a non-auction item. However, it's a pity that he's too old. Otherwise, I would definitely stay behind myself." F***CK. With such a good temper, the peony fairy almost lost her temper and almost fought with Chu Feng. She wanted to ask him, "Am I really old? What kind of look is that?" To be honest, the peony fairy was worthy of being called a rising star. If she could become a golden Arhut level evolver before the age of 50, that would be considered rare in the world. She really wanted to vomit blood after being evaluated by Chu Feng like this. This was the first time someone had said she was old. But when she saw Chu Feng's little appearance, she couldn't refute him. The others were also speechless. Their expressions were strange, and they sympathized with the peony fairy. At the same time, they didn't resist the title of old genius that was imposed on them. "Forget it. Just forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. I won't sell you out." Chu Feng shook his head. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. However, What Chu Feng said next made their hair stand on end. He said, "You might as well just kill them all. Only the dead can keep secrets." His current identity couldn't be exposed because he still wanted to enter Damung Pure Land and seize that great fortune. Dreaming of 100 years in one night was something that couldn't be exchanged in the outside world. "Brother Chu, we've already made our stand clear by not attacking. You can't do this." The peony fairy tried to be as gentle as possible, but she had already contacted the others in secret. They were prepared to fight to the death. They couldn't just let themselves be captured. Chu Feng's killing intent soared, but in the end, he still said, "Why didn't you attack me with Luo Ming? That way, I can kill you with peace of mind. I won't feel guilty." He was in a dilemma. At this time, Uncle Ming walked over with a faint sage aura. These people instantly turned pale and almost fell to the ground. They knew they were done for. However, Uncle Ming's words brought them back to heaven from hell. Their current situation was really full of ups and downs. "Forget it, let them go." This was Uncle Ming's words. Then, he sighed again and explained, many of the clans that these people belonged to were attached to the ancient earth back then. They can be considered as people of our camp. Some of their ancestors fought alongside me and fought shoulder to shoulder. Many of them died, and even now, I can't forget it. At this point, Uncle Ming was silent. There was no need to think about it. After Uncle Ming and the others were defeated, the clans they belonged to had no choice but to make a choice. Uncle Ming was a bit sad. I don't blame them. Otherwise, their home planet would have been exterminated. Their ancestors shed a lot of blood for us, and their clans had saints who died. They can't bear to face us. I understand their choice later on. As expected, these people's expressions became somewhat complicated after hearing this. Chu Feng realized that these people didn't make a move earlier and stood to the side. Perhaps they had some other thoughts. "All right, brothers, sisters, and old geniuses, I was reckless. Let's part ways here." At this point, Chu Feng looked at Uncle Ming and said, "Uncle Ming, you can clean up their memories, but others can't. I can do it with the help of the Yang Realm's special energy. Even heaven illuminators who are much stronger than me can't help them recover," Uncle Ming said. Young lady, she appeared and wailed. "You guys are too evil. You always want to steal my Yang energy. You're a typical evil spirit that harms the vitality of the people of the Yang Realm. Stop wailing. I'll help you find some innate fire essence later and let you replenish your energy," Chu Feng said. "Easy for you to say. This is the Yin Realm, the Netherworld. There's no Yang Realm energy here." Young lady, she mumbled. The group of old geniuses nearby was dumbfounded. This young lady from the Yang Realm. They were in a mess. However, they lost consciousness after that. Uncle Ming tapped the space between their brows one by one and forcefully cut off their memories from not long ago. Boom! This area suddenly lit up. Domain runes lit up and killing intent surged. "You still haven't given up and still dare to resist?" Uncle Ming sneered. The heavenly umbrella appeared in the firmament. It was originally suppressing this place, concealing heaven's mysteries and isolating this place from the outside world. Now that the heavenly umbrella was pressed down, the runes on the ground immediately collapsed. At the same time, an old man and a group of people were forced out. They trembled and couldn't stand in the end. That was a quasi-saint named Luo Ran. He was also the mysterious ancestor Luo Ming had called out earlier. "Kill!" Uncle Ming let out a light shout, and the heavenly umbrella fell. Even though the quasi-saint Luo Ran was very strong, it wasn't enough. He exploded with a pop and turned into a bloody mist. As for the others, there was no need to talk about them. They were directly turned into ashes. Scarlet Cloud Island was quiet. Chu Feng and the others left. In a chaotic star sea, a blue ocean rose and fell. Planets were submerged within and turned into islands. This incomparably vast sea eventually disappeared behind Chu Feng and the others. 2 days later, on a planet called Divine Wilderness, a young man walked out of the forest with a long sword in hand and shouted, "A young man leaves the great wilderness and slays all enemies in the world." Wu Lu and Hui had come into being. Time was pressing. Chu Feng was prepared to gradually expose this legal identity because he was afraid of missing the damning Pure Land's distinguished meeting. As for Uncle Ming, he had already left to arrange a great fortune for him. He was going to bring him to the Shilin clan's secret realm. Young lady, she entered the sun above Chu Feng's head to replenish her yang energy. Amu Lun Hui. The evolutionary civilization on the divine wilderness planet wasn't very developed. Wu Luanhui's appearance disturbed the peace. A teenager had already entered the Cloud Eater realm. It was too terrifying. In reality, even though Chu Feng had the battle power of the Cloud Eater realm, he was still a step away from breaking through. He was the one who was suppressing himself. Chu Feng shone brilliantly on the divine wilderness planet. His name shook a region, and he became a divine sun-level character. Many sects wanted to rope him in, but he lied and refused, saying he had a master. In reality, those people were afraid that such a terrifying youth should have an extremely terrifying master behind him. In the end, Chu Feng set off. He spread the word on this planet that the outside world was colorful and that he wanted to go out and adventure. His journey was the sea of stars. Just like that, Wu Lun Hui came into being. He chose one of the star passages on the divine wilderness planet and headed to the outside world. Along the way, Chu Feng passed by one star after another. Some were lifeless, while others were inhabited. Lady, she accompanied him, but one of them was on the ground and the other was hiding in the sun. When you raise your head, you'll see me. I'm a godlike girl looking down at you from the sky. You must always revere the gods. Lady Shi's words made Chu Feng speechless. During this time, news of Luo Ming's death and the massacre of the deity race, and some of the participating geniuses on the Scarlet Cloud Island in the chaotic divine sea finally spread and caused a sensation. In particular, someone released a video that had been processed. It could be seen that Luo Ming couldn't withstand a single blow. He was sent flying with a kick and beheaded with a sharp weapon. He was simply like a scarecrow. This is the deity race's rising star. They say he can reach the golden body realm before the age of 50. He's too weak. The deity race can't do it. They've really declined. Look at the person who attacked. Although he's been blurred, he should be very young. He beat Luo Ming until he couldn't retaliate. How shocking. The deity race could be said to be adding insult to injury. They had suffered successive defeats, and now there was a fire in their backyard. Someone had killed their way into their inner sea and killed a quasi-saint, an entire army, and a famous genius of their race. This old genius is too weak. A hoarse but tender voice was also played in the video after being processed. Damn, countless people of the relevant age group cursed. From this day onward, the title of Old Genius officially became popular in the starry skies. Lady, she would occasionally come down from the sun and walk with Chu Feng. She wanted to freeload off him, but every time, she would cry and howl. For example, on a certain planet, she was enjoying a simple meal. She held a bowl of steaming hot noodles and said with tears in her eyes, "Oh God, it's so cold. It's even more bone-piercing than the ice divine dew I've eaten before. I'm not eating this bowl of noodles anymore." Chu Feng was quite speechless. This was noodles that had just been fished out of boiling water. Ordinary people's tongues would have been scalded, but she had such a reaction. The boss just happened to come in and looked as if he had seen a ghost. Chu Feng hurriedly brainwashed him and cut off the memories he shouldn't have seen. I can't eat boiled wyvern meat either. It's so cold that my teeth are about to fall off. Lady, she picked up a steaming hot delicacy, but in the end, she was still full of disgust. She covered her cheeks and complained that her teeth hurt. "Stop eating," Chu Feng said with a wooden face. "I'm starting to doubt life when I'm with you. Don't tell me I'm really a ghost." Damn. He was very indignant. He had suffered all kinds of blows with this woman by his side. "Fine, I won't eat it. I don't want to eat ghost meat." Lady, she curled her lips and said, "Don't doubt life. In fact, this is the truth. This is the netherworld. I think you should just follow me on the road when I return to the world of the living. You can reincarnate and become a human again. Otherwise, it's too boring and meaningless to be a ghost." "How is it boring and meaningless?" This is a real universe. I'm a human, not a ghost. Chu Feng corrected her indignantly. Lady, she said, you're definitely not a human. I can tell you with certainty that this is the netherworld. All kinds of data can prove my words. At the same time, I said that this place is boring and boring compared to the world of the living. There's nothing here. The world of the living is really charming and colorful. In terms of cultivation alone, your place is too weak. I saw your battle with those so-called geniuses. How can they be considered geniuses? All kinds of combat skills are so crude that I can't bear to look at them. There's no spirituality to speak of and not a single divine skill. In the world of the living, any sect can claim supremacy here and slaughter the netherworld. Stay on the side. Chu Feng didn't want to talk to her anymore. Loli Chu, don't doubt me. Let's talk about breathing techniques. I think that 90% of the breathing techniques in your world are incomplete and only a few have been completed. What does this mean? What does it mean? Chu Feng asked her. At the same time, he was very surprised. She could see that all the breathing techniques were incomplete. Lady, she said, I find many breathing techniques familiar. They're similar to some sects in the world of the living, but they haven't grasped the true meaning and haven't obtained the essence of the inheritance. This means that after the people of the living died and turned into ghosts, some of them may have retained part of their memories when they entered the netherworld. That's why they brought over incomplete breathing techniques. Chapter 676. The more Chu Feng listened, the more upset he felt. After all, the breathing techniques and secret techniques from the Yin realm were all incomplete. They had been passed down from the Yang realm, and they had been recalled in the netherworld after the people there had died and retained part of their memories. He was speechless for a long time. What was going on? In the end, he cast a sidelong glance and said, You said that the geniuses here are unbelievably weak, that their attacks lack intelligence, and that their battle skills are crude and shallow. Then show me your so-called divine skills, and let me see how intelligent they are. Also, you said that the breathing technique of the Yang realm is complete and heaven-defying, and that a single orthodoxy can reign supreme in the Yin realm. Then give me a complete breathing technique of the Yang realm to verify it. Don't provoke me. It's fine if you don't believe me. The complete breathing techniques of the other sects are the foundation of an orthodoxy, and I can't get them. As for those in our race, even I can't escape. There's a spiritual restriction in my brain. Once it's leaked, I'll disintegrate and really become a ghost to accompany you. Young lady, she sighed. TSK, so much is all empty talk, all bragging. Chu Feng said disdainfully. Hey, you little ghost from the netherworld, what are you saying? You actually don't believe me? Why would I brag? I'm fairy she, I never lie. Also, don't doubt me. The so-called geniuses of the Yin realm are nothing in our world. They're too weak. At the very least, I can beat 100 of them. She raised her chin and looked disdainfully at the Yin realm. Come, let's fight. Let's see how you can beat 100 of me at the same level. Chu Feng pulled her out of the noodle house. She struggled and shook off his hand. Let go, I've lost a lot of yang energy and am about to become a ghost. My body is so weak, how can I fight you? Besides, you're indeed more powerful than other ghosts. All right, your current state is the legendary malicious ghost. I can't fight you at this stage. Damn you. Chu Feng couldn't help but curse. How could a malicious ghost be defined and explained like this? Chu Feng pulled her back and said, No, we have to fight today. If I don't beat you until you cover your head and look for your teeth all over the floor, I think you'll feel uncomfortable all over. Let go. Humans and ghosts should not touch each other. Young lady, she shook off his hand and used a strange method to break free. She then shouted, Loli Chu, you're taking advantage of me while I'm at my weakest. Now that I've been invaded by the Yin energy, I don't want to fight anymore. Go away, or else I'll blast you with the heavenly umbrella. Chu Feng stared at her helplessly. Young lady, she said again, How about this? Look at how 7 of you are unconvinced and 8 of you are indignant. I'll teach you a kind of divine skill and guarantee that you'll be able to use it for the rest of your life. I'll let you experience the true power of the Yang realm's wonderful technique." Hearing this, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat and he smiled. "All right, teach me a godly technique and I won't beat you up so badly." Young lady, she glared at him and said, "Bah, your words are really unpleasant to hear. If we were in the Yang realm, with my temper, I would definitely throw you into the medicine refining furnace and cook you for 3 days and 3 nights. Then she began to frown, thinking back carefully, saying, "What a headache. Even though I have many divine skills, they cannot be divulged to outsiders. They are all the clan's greatest secrets. Sai, let me think about it." She began to ponder and looked like she was in a difficult position. In the end, young lady, she raised her head and said, "I've got it. There's a combat skill that I'm not very familiar with, but I've finally recalled the mnemonic chant. It's complete, so I'll teach it to you." Hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Was this young lady from the Yang realm really going to teach him the so-called divine skill? However, he was also seriously doubtful and said, "Are your words reliable? Since it's a divine skill, how come you've almost forgotten the mnemonic chant? Don't you practice it?" Young lady, she curled her lips and revealed a look of disdain. She said, "Tisk, I can't even finish practicing my family's divine skills. There are too many choices, so where would I have the time to practice those common skills?" Damn! Chu Feng couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but want to curse. He said, "You tricked me and wanted to teach me common skills. Didn't you accidentally spill the beans?" "What? That's not what I meant by common skills. I meant that it doesn't involve the restriction in the mind and isn't an exclusive divine skill in the Yang realm. A considerable number of people know the mnemonic chant. However, it's really powerful and could be considered a quasi-divine skill. No, if you practice it to perfection, it'll be a divine skill." Young lady, she saw Chu Feng's unkind expression at the end and hurriedly changed her words. She said, "The reason why people say it's a quasi-divine skill is because there are many people who know it and it's not exclusive. Moreover, it's too difficult to practice and ordinary people can't do it." Chu Feng's expression was uncertain. He found that young lady, she was also quite good at tricking people. She was very shameful and not very pure. "It's fine if you don't want to learn, but you're still picky." Young lady, she muttered and raised her chin high. She had an arrogant and disdainful look on her face as she looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng said, "Learn. Let me see how powerful this so-called quasi-divine skill is and whether it has enough spirituality." Young lady, she corrected him and said, "Remember, this is really a divine skill. However, whether it can evolve to the realm of perfection depends entirely on one's talent. Loli Chu, I think highly of you." After that, the two of them went to the wilderness and arrived at the uninhabited area of this planet. Young lady, she secretly transmitted her voice and taught him the mnemonic incantation. Then, she pointed with her hand, and some spiritual imprints flew into Chu Feng's mind. Regarding this kind of divine skill, even if it was so-called common goods, she was still very formal in fear that it would be leaked to other people in the netherworld. Young lady, she was very solemn and said, "Divine skills all have their origins and are very particular. They can't be easily passed on to others because it's too important. Fortunately, the dynasty that possessed the lightning fist has already perished. Otherwise, if their sect's ultimate skill were to be leaked, they would send people to kill even in the netherworld. They can't allow the divine skill to be leaked." Then, Chu Feng was fascinated. This was truly an astonishing, wondrous technique. He couldn't help but become faster with every movement he made. When he used this fist technique, his fists were carrying his body as he sprinted and accelerated. It was impossible for him not to be fast. It was too terrifying. He was actually being led by the fist imprints. Boom, boom, boom. In this mountain range, many vicious birds and ferocious beasts raised their heads in shock. They saw lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the mountains. It was extremely glaring as lightning streaked across the sky. Is it going to rain? There are no dark clouds. Why is there lightning and thunder? A loach spirit in the mud pond raised its head in puzzlement. In the distance, a winged dragon trembled with fear. It descended from the sky and hid in its nest on the cliff, not daring to make a sound. That was because it saw a young man practicing fist techniques in the sky. In the mountains, young lady, she muttered. How can this little demon learn so quickly? Could it be that the netherworld is suitable for practicing the lightning fist? It's very suitable for that tyrannical dynasty's divine skill. She was quite surprised because Chu Feng had just started practicing, but he already had the form. His speed was extremely fast, and his fist radiance streaked across the mountain ridges like lightning streaking across the sky. Not bad. I like this combat skill very much. Its power is really astonishing. When Chu Feng stopped, he was very happy and incomparably delighted, especially when combined with the robbery induction breathing technique. The lightning fist was performed even faster. It was simply blended together and became smoother. The energy became denser and surged, causing the fist technique's power to multiply. Now, Chu Feng seriously suspected that the robbery induction breathing technique really did come from the Yang realm. Otherwise, how could it be used so harmoniously with the Yang realm's fist technique? It was too suitable. Then he said with a sullen face, "Beautiful, adorable, generous, and invincible fairy she. What else do you have to teach me? Please throw all kinds of divine skills at me. I promise to accept them humbly and practice them one by one." Young lady, she was stunned, but immediately said, "How can you be so thick-skinned? Do you think this is cabbage? This is a divine skill. Do you know what a divine skill is? The highest combat skill is a secret that belongs to the various sections. This was the top technique of an invincible dynasty in the past. If it wasn't for the destruction of this dynasty, who would dare to teach you? That would form an irreconcilable enmity with that dynasty. Let me tell you, a divine skill, even half a move, will cause great waves and a great disaster. You should be content with what you have. Don't be delusional and want more. It is already a great fortune for you to be able to obtain the lightning fist. Even in our Yang realm, divine skills are extremely rare and cannot be taught to outsiders." Chu Feng said embarrassedly, "Isn't it because my talent is too amazing? I wanted to challenge my limits and see how many divine skills I can learn. Since it's like this, then forget it." Young lady, she was very strict and gave an incomparably formal warning. "Even so, if you enter the Yang realm one day and reincarnate, you must remember not to reveal that it was me who taught you the lightning fist." Chu Feng was shocked. Wasn't that dynasty already destroyed? Why was she so careful? Young lady, she was very serious and said, "Who knows if the once tyrannical dynasty was completely destroyed or if it has a chance to rise from the ashes. If by any chance it rises again, they will definitely investigate. Obtaining this kind of divine skill is a great fortune, but also a great disaster." Seeing her so serious, Chu Feng also became serious. Then, he began to further comprehend this divine skill. It had to be said that it was too exquisite. The fist seals were resplendent, surging with yang energy and peerless power. In addition, his speed was explosively increasing. He had to use the identity of worlds in near at hand. Otherwise, it would simply be a pair of fists moving his body, which made him aghast. This kind of fist technique simply had a kind of demonic nature. Was this still a fist technique controlled by a human? It was simply like the fist technique was pulling a person to move. "Young lady," she said, "you feel it, right? This kind of divine skill is so profound that it's almost evil. The feeling within is indescribable and can only be comprehended with one's heart." Chu Feng nodded. This fist technique was indeed terrifying. His whole body was driven by it, and the more he practiced, the more unfathomable he felt. In the end, Chu Feng soared into the sky and displayed this fist technique. The fist light cut through the sky, shocking the world. Not long after, they set out on their journey, leaving this planet and traveling along the star passage. At this time, a piece of news broke out in the sea of stars. There was now a new universe list, a list made for young experts in their 20s. At the same time, there was also a list for old geniuses in their 40s and 50s. Those who are on the list will have a great fortune. This is related to the broken universe in the primal chaos. Something big is going to happen. Regardless of physique, only combat power is recognized. The Sea of Stars is going to be lively. Everyone was discussing about this universe board. It seems to be related to the Yang realm. At this stage, the innocuous divine physique, superfluous combat physique, and primitive Tao physique have all appeared. The direct descendants nurtured by the top 10 are all about to be overturned. As for who will be ranked in the front, this will only be known after a battle. There were waves in the Sea of Stars that couldn't calm down. Chapter 677. A cosmic ranking targeted at young geniuses? Chu Feng rubbed his chin and pondered. She blinked her big eyes curiously. What kind of ranking was this? It came from the broken universe in the primal chaos. Who was participating? She seriously suspected that the so-called broken universe in the primal chaos was the isolation zone between the Yang realm and the Yin realm. She might be able to return if she could break through it. I want to become number one in the world. I want to go home. I want to return to the world of the living. She shouted, Child, you don't have a fever, do you? If you really dare to show your face, it's definitely suicide. Chu Feng touched her forehead and hurriedly flung his hand away. Damn, my forehead is boiling hot and my hand is about to burn. It's really a serious fever. She's forehead was full of black lines. She clenched her teeth and said, You're the one with a fever. I'm very cold. I'm from the Yang realm. How can I be as cold as you? My body temperature is already lower than normal. Afterward, she was very discouraged. There might be one or two especially powerful creatures in this world whose power could barely open a narrow crack leading to the Yang realm and let her go back. However, she didn't dare show her face. Once her identity was exposed, she reckoned that all the ghosts in the Yin realm would want to capture her. Chu Feng caught a deer by the stream, skinned, and washed it. He didn't light a fire and directly waved at she. What? Lend me your little hand. Chu Feng pulled her fair and delicate palm in a rather natural manner and pressed it on the deer. Do you want to die? She screamed and shook her hand with all her might. She felt rather uncomfortable looking at the bright red meat. Chu Feng was unperturbed and said, Don't hide. Let me have a taste of wild game roasted with Yang flames. In any case, you're like a stove emitting heat all the time. It's shameful to waste it. Loli Chu, you're provoking me. Do you really want me to fight you? She flew into a rage out of humiliation. Come on, who's afraid of who? Let's fight. Chu Feng provoked. He really wanted to size up Lady Shi and steal her breathing technique while he was at it, learning her wondrous technique. At the same time, he wanted to experience the true breathing technique of the Yang realm even more. With a Weng sound, the heavenly Tao umbrella appeared in front of Chu Feng. It slowly rotated, and a strand of primal chaos energy descended, causing the entire mountain range to crack and tremble slightly. In the mountains, a few great wasteland vicious beasts were horrified, shivering in fear. They crawled on the ground, prostrating themselves in that direction. Stop! I don't want to fight anymore. Chu Feng waved his hand. He couldn't afford to offend this young girl from the Yang realm. It was only when the heavenly umbrella disappeared that he shamelessly leaned over and said, Actually, I just want to experience the breathing techniques of the Yang realm. Teach me a part of it. I don't need much. Just let me see how extraordinary it is. Young lady, she cast a sidelong glance at him with a look of disdain. She meant that she had seen through him long ago. Chu Feng said, Don't look at me from the corner of your eyes. It's very easy for me to have bad associations. I'll always think of someone else. Who? A very narcissistic toad with golden stripes all over his body. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he saw a young lady. She's exquisite face instantly turn as black as ink. She was even darker than the big black yak's face, and his voice suddenly became a little weak. Chu Feng, why don't you go and die? Young lady, she flared up and reprimanded. Have you ever seen such a peerless toad? Ba, what am I saying? I mean, what kind of look is that? Are you a toad yourself? Who doesn't praise such an invincible and cute girl like me? I reckon that if I were to compete in beauty, I would be able to rank in the top 3 of the Yang Realm God list. Chu Feng laughed dryly and said, Consider it my mistake. However, there really is a toad called Ouyang Feng. He's very narcissistic and always says that he's the most handsome. What do you mean? Are you mocking me for being narcissistic? I'll fight it out with you. Young lady, she's beautiful face turned black as she completely flipped out. Chu Feng had a guilty conscience. The more he tried to explain, the worse it was. Then, young lady, she pulled Chu Feng and said, Let's go. Didn't you want to experience the Yang Realm's breathing technique? I'll take you there. It's all in energy here. It's not suitable. She pulled Chu Feng and entered the spaceship. With a whoosh, they disappeared from this planet and entered the sky, flying toward the sun. It's too hot. Do you think I like being roasted like you? I'm not a masochist. Go and find your own torture, Chu Feng shouted. That was because, young lady, she forcibly pulled him out of the spaceship when they were close to the sun. She insisted on bringing his physical body into the sun. Chu Feng's face turned green at that moment. Young lady, she said, What are you afraid of? You're a relatively powerful ghost, which is what the Yang Realm calls a malicious ghost. At your level, the temperature in front of the sun isn't a big deal. She pulled Chu Feng and drilled into the sun without giving him a chance to refute. This was Chu Feng's first time entering the sun in his life. Then, he found that the sun's surface temperature was indeed bearable. However, as he went deeper into the sun, the feeling was truly sour and refreshing. He hurriedly stopped her and said, No, I can't go in anymore. I don't want to be roasted. Okay, it's barely okay here. Then, young lady, she began to circulate the breathing technique and showed it to Chu Feng. Boom! In a split second, a raging wave was set off in the sun. That was divine light. That was the purest energy. It was immediately attracted by young lady, and drilled into her mouth and nose. The surging yang energy was too intense. Chu Feng discovered that under this breathing technique, young lady Xi's hair was glowing all over her body and producing astonishing divinity. The effects were extremely terrifying. He was shocked. Was this the Yang Realm's breathing technique? Damn it, the effects were too heaven-defying. Chu Feng was shocked. This young lady, she was now inhaling and exhaling yang energy. When she breathed naturally, she was actually like a deity, giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. Do you feel the extraordinariness of the Yang Realm breathing technique? Young lady, she opened her eyes, and 2 bolts of lightning flew out. At this moment, her pupils were filled with an astonishing divine radiance. In the depths of her pupils, the sun, the moon, and the stars appeared and vanished one after another. The scene was astonishing. Chu Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was too envious and really wanted this breathing technique. This kind of breathing technique is considered the strongest in the Yang Realm. There aren't many that can compare. You don't think about it for now. My grandfather won't let me teach it to outsiders. Young lady, she said with a spurious smile. She could see through Chu Feng's thoughts with a glance. Then, she revealed a strange expression and said, Strange, why does my family's breathing technique seem even more astonishing than in the Yang Realm? Then, her heart trembled violently, and she said, Could it be that it's really as some almighty speculated? Crossing the netherworld once might have better effects? Although her voice was very soft, Chu Feng heard it clearly and was also shocked. Yes, I've absorbed a lot of Yin energy these days. After today, it finally triggered some kind of reaction, she said to herself. What are you talking about? Chu Feng asked. Young lady, she said, the great orthodoxies of the Yang Realm have never been able to confirm whether the netherworld exists or not. However, there are almighty speculations in the Yang Realm. If there really is an underworld and a netherworld, then it'll be amazing to let living beings with Yang blood come to the netherworld to refine themselves once and then return to the Yang Realm. Chu Feng was lost in thought. Then he also sat down cross-legged and operated the robbery induction breathing technique on the sun. Something astonishing happened. The surface of his body was also glowing. The yang energy here was at its peak, far surpassing other places. It was extremely effective for Chu Feng. A layer of dazzling brilliance also appeared on the surface of his body. Even his pores were gushing with holy light. "Oh, you have some skills. Your breathing technique isn't simple at all, young lady," she said. Chu Feng was very surprised. Cultivating on the sun exceeded cultivating in other places. He was more and more convinced that this was the breathing technique of the Yang realm. Just now, he almost broke through to the Cloud Eater realm, but he held it back in the end. How dangerous! Uncle Ming asked him to temporarily suppress it. Just now, because he was operating the breathing technique on the sun, he almost broke through directly. "Young lady," she said suspiciously, "it's strange. If you have Yang blood in your body, the effect of your breathing technique will be even better. It's at most 1 or 2 levels weaker than my family's. Although it's not the strongest, it's almost there." Chu Feng rolled his eyes and said, "You're so confident. Didn't you hear that my breathing technique is ranked 11th in the entire universe?" "Young lady," she sneered and said, "not to mention 11th, the source of the top 10 on your side can be found in the Yang realm. They're all incomplete, so how can they compete with the Yang realm's techniques? You big trickster, you only know how to lie. You make it sound so powerful. If you have the ability, then teach me a breathing technique from the Yang realm." "Young lady," she rolled her eyes and said, "Tisk, who's fooling who? I taught you a divine technique, and you still want to trick me this time? There's no way." Chu Feng cultivated here for a period of time. Then, he couldn't take it anymore because he would inevitably break through and enter the Cloud Eater realm at any time. He quickly asked to leave. He mumbled, "I have to contact Uncle Ming immediately. I'm going to swallow the fortunes of the Shilin clan's secret realm and enter the Cloud Eater realm immediately. I can't suppress it anymore." They set off once again and arrived at another planet along the Star Passage. A monument had already been erected here, attracting many young people to come and watch. In fact, during these 2 days, a monument had been erected on some of the more famous vital planets in various parts of the starry sky. It was called the Battle Power Monument. The broken universe and the primal chaos had created a cosmic genius ranking for the young. This monument carried a blazing yang qi, and it was also very mysterious and strange. It could withstand the attacks of geniuses and determine their combat strength. It's emitting wisps of yang qi. This monument isn't simple. Chu Feng was shocked. "Young lady," she also revealed a strange expression. She felt that she might be able to find the way home because of this. "Hey, have you heard? The winged godhead has appeared. During the ancient war, this kind of physique dared to compete with the world's #1 Yao Yao. Yao Yao was stained with blood before she was able to destroy him. When Princess Yao Yao fought, she was already seriously injured. She had fought too many people. But no matter what, the winged godhead is too terrifying. This kind of physique has appeared again in this generation." Many people were discussing in front of the Battle Power Monument. This was because there was a rumor that in another galaxy, the winged godhead had gone to test his combat strength immediately after his birth. At this moment, it was still in progress. "Oh my God, this is breaking news. It's going against the natural order. The winged godhead has blasted an 8-star mark on the Battle Power Monument. This is too terrifying." People were very sensitive to the number of stars. This was because the 4-star dynasties in the universe could raise quasi-divine beasts and roam the universe. A 5-star orthodoxy was even more terrifying. Once it surpassed 5 stars, it would be a superstar position and become a top-notch orthodoxy. Now that the winged godhead had appeared and blasted an 8-star mark on the Battle Power Monument, it was a bit against the natural order. "Aren't you going to give it a try?" "Young lady," she looked at Chu Feng. "Of course I'm going to give it a try. I Wuluan Embark," Chu Feng said righteously. He knew that from today onwards, he needed to increase his exposure in order to become famous in a short period of time and increase his reputation by entering the damning Pure Land. The so-called breathing technique really exists. I'm not making it up. I'll give everyone a breathing technique during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's very useful. If you want to know more about it, search for Chindong on WeChat, add his WeChat account, and send me the words breathing technique. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.